For you. Hello, good morning, everyone. Could I just request for the participants here in the meeting room not to join the proceedings via the Zoom link, because it'll affect the functioning of the hybrid system. So if you could just follow live, that would be lovely. Yeah, speaker's working. Yeah. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Maritime Single Window Symposium, a window of opportunities, organised in partnership with the IAPH and BIMCO with the support of the IPCSA. So to begin proceedings, it gives me great pleasure to invite Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Ki-Tak Lim, to address you.
Thank you, Moderator. President IAPH, Mr. Subramaniam Garupia, and the President-designate of BIMCO, Mr. Nikolaus Hughes. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you all to the Symposium on Maritime Single Window 2024, a window of opportunities, jointly organized by IMO, IAPH, and the BIMCO, with the support of the International Port Community Systems Association, IPCSA. This is the very first international event to take place here for 2023. So I wish you all Happy New Year's. We have speakers and participants here in the IMO headquarters, and we are also joined remotely by colleagues from all around the world. Most of you will be aware that IMO's Facilitation Committee adopted last year amendments to the FAL Convention, which will make the establishment of maritime single windows compulsory for ports around the world from 1st January 2024. The previous set of amendments to the FAL Convention, adopted in 2016, had already introduced the obligation to establish an electronic exchange of relevant information between ships and the ports. However, the new obligation of establishing single windows in ports is a significant step forward, accelerating digitalization in maritime trade. Today's symposium will showcase how the application of maritime single windows present an opportunity for all stakeholders in shipping and a necessary step forward. It is a part of our imperative to highlight these opportunities as we are now 1 year away from the new requirements. Over the next 2 days, we will be hearing from over 40 distinguished speakers across 6 panels, sharing their experience and perspectives of how maritime single windows can set us on track to accelerate the digitalization and the decarbonization aspirations of international shipping. Our panelists will cover how maritime single windows fit in with the national digitalization strategy and the greening of shipping objectives. Panelists will also highlight a pragmatic approach to implementing maritime single windows, as well as discussing possible architectures of maritime single windows to suit member state trade facilitation objectives. Further light will be shed on the concept of interoperability, understanding how to apply industry standards to harmonize electronic data exchange, port call data requirements, and data quality, as well as strategic partnerships and available resources. IMO and the shipping community stand ready to embark on strategic partnerships and the provision of resources to interested member states to find tangible solutions as we voyage together toward the forthcoming new obligation under the FAL Convention. I'd like to thank all our speakers, moderators, and participants, both here at IMO and remotely, for their dedication and the conviction to support the facilitation of a trade and the development and the application of maritime single windows to accelerate digitalization. Now, it is only remains for me to wish you an inspiring event with the takeaways that can assist you and your teams in the journey to create a single window environment for maritime transport. I would like to add just one element. There has been all the time collaboration between shipping and the port industry, all the time. However, for the last some years, we have seen dramatic progress, dramatic development in terms of collaboration between shipping and the port industry. One example was that the resolution adopted by the MEPC in terms of collaboration in the field of climate change strategy. That is a really milestone resolution in terms of the cooperation and collaboration between shipping and the port, on top of previous development. And also with this FAL Convention amendment, we are further progressing cooperation. This single window is not the only exchange of information. It is contributing also climate change strategy. It's obvious. In that sense, I'd like to express my great appreciation to port industry, particularly the member of IPH and the managing director Patrick here, and to the president of BIMCO for their dedicated effort for their purpose. And also today we have a representative of BIMCO of shipping communities, which showcase a more higher collaboration between port and the shipping industry. That's why IMO will be all the time ready to support and collaborate with all of you. With that, again, I would like to wish you all the best and the prosperity for 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. We're now going to go remotely, so for those of you in the main hall, please can I ask you to put your headphones on, otherwise you won't be able to hear remote participants. So joining us remotely, I wish to invite Mr. Subramanian Karipia, President of the IAPH, to speak. Yes, we can. Hello, back. Yes, we can. Thank you. And now we're back in the room. So I would like to now invite Mr. Nicolas Schues, the President Designate of BIMCO, to address you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you very much for participating in the Maritime Single Window IMO Symposium. It is great to begin 2023 with an opportunity to explore a topic which holds so much potential. Perhaps you will agree with me that entering 2023, it seems more than ever that our industry is facing unprecedented change and disruption. Some of these changes are very complex. They shake up our industry. They demand that we look differently at the way we do business, at the way we operate, at the way we collaborate. And other changes are easier to understand, easier to adopt, and easier to implement. And these are not necessarily so-called low-hanging fruits, but they are achievable fruits. The adoption and implementation of the Maritime Single Window is hopefully and most likely sort of the latter. Let me get back to that in a moment. If there's one word that will define the key of the maritime industry succeeding, regardless of whether we are talking decarbonization, digitalization, or implementation of the maritime single window, that key word, of course, is collaboration. We hear it repeatedly, and we hear it so many times that it almost may have just become another term. But the truth is that without advancing on the collaboration front, decarbonization and digitalization will not move forward. And we all agree we need to move forward. The maritime single window is a textbook example of one of those changes that in fact is ready to go and ready to be implemented. But again, of course, only with broad collaboration. The main barrier to implementing such new digital solution, often cited by ports, is the legal framework in their home countries or regions, followed by lack of human resources and lack of persuasion to collaborate between the private and public stakeholders. The main barrier is definitely not technology. The technology is there and ready to go. To foster the political will and the will to see the bigger picture and to collaborate across sectors, borders, oceans, and to reconfirm that it all can be done. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the aim of this symposium. Today, a nation and its authorities may operate with 15 windows towards the hinterland. That is 15 windows that the crew need to report into when a ship approaches a port, and that is exactly 14 too many. We need one window, the maritime single window. I have little doubt that we hear in detail over the next 2 days that the benefits of a single maritime window are tremendous. Alleviation of the crew time burden associated with traditional paperwork and reduction of the risk of human errors are just 2 examples. And the financial benefits of increasing efficiency is obviously yet another. The IMO, we've heard this, made it mandatory for all member states to exchange key data electronically by 1st of January next year. And that means to succeed, we have a little less than 1 year to do the groundwork. At BIMCO, it is our hope that the electronic exchange of key data will be done in a standardized manner through maritime single windows worldwide to ensure harmonization and interoperability. We have teamed up with the IMO Secretariat and the International Association of Ports and Harbors to promote the single window, the single maritime window, and all the opportunities it has to offer. So here we are, all gathered in this IMO headquarters, which is a great honor for me to stand here, and online, and I greet you all. Also, in support of the maritime digitalization journey, BIMCO has set up our own Standards Innovation and Research Department, a team which aims to help facilitate the digital journey of the shipping industry, and I ask you all to turn to them with all questions you may have. The COVID-19 pandemic, you all will agree, did little good to anyone. But it did cause a major shake-up in shipping when it comes to digitalization, fueling an uptake in digital solutions, and a wish to reduce traditional paperwork and become more efficient. We strongly applaud and encourage to keep up this momentum. The maritime window is a window of opportunity, which yet has to be fully exploited. It also is an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. And I very much look forward to being inspired by your contributions, by your expertise, and by your experience and recommendations that we will hear the next 2 days. As we go through each presentation today and tomorrow, I believe it will become clear that collaboration when it comes to implementing a maritime single window across member states is not just another term, but a strong will and necessity to the maritime industry to implement the maritime single window. It is a step to be taken, and it is maybe a proof that in shipping we do not only want to talk the talk, but we want to walk the walk. Let us do that. Thank you very much.
So thank you to all our speakers. Before we move to the first panel, I would just like to highlight some housekeeping for the next 2 days. To request to make an intervention, participants in the room, you are asked to raise your hands or your cards. And for those of you on Zoom, please virtually raise your hand. If you are watching us on Zoom, please be mindful that the chat function should only be used for communicating with the IMO operators to resolve technical difficulties. We won't be able to see your question there. If you're watching on YouTube, sit back, relax and enjoy the proceedings. For those in the room, please be advised that the coffee breaks will be served in the delegates' lounge on the first floor. Lunch will be in the cafeteria on the 4th floor. This is, I'm assuming that people here have not been to IMO before. And then this evening there is a reception in the delegates' lounge. It has been hosted by the IAPH and BIMCO. Thank you very much. So let us now begin with panel 1, when we just talk amongst yourselves while we just move the cards around. Sorry, could the panelists or the participants in panel 1 please make your way to the podium?
Very good morning to all the delegates here that are in the headquarters, and also good day to all the participants that are following remotely. Welcome all to this first panel of the symposium. It will be on maritime single window as part of the national digitalization strategy and the greening of shipping objective. The initial plan was that my director, Ms. Heike Degin, were here moderating the panel, but a bad flu has not allowed that one, and yesterday evening she asked me that, to replace her, and she asked me also to excuse her that she was not able to be here with all of you. She was very eager to share with you this symposium. The first panel is intended to set the scene for kickstarting the discussion on implementing maritime single windows by looking at how they fit in the overall digitalization strategy. The panel seeks to shed light on how countries and stakeholders can improve resilience and build sustainability by adopting and implementing single windows. Questions that we will address are: what is the role of maritime single windows in digitalizing the maritime sector? Where do they fit in? How do they fit in the green and digital shipping corridor concept? Our speakers today come from a diverse range of backgrounds and will provide you with a multifaceted understanding on how single windows indeed present a window of opportunity for all stakeholders, with January 2024, the date of their mandatory introduction, as an important milestone. We will hear from distinguished speakers from the World Bank, UNCTAD, leaders of port authorities from Namibia and Singapore, and BIMCO, providing their views on this transition from their different angles of expertise. And now, let me introduce briefly to our distinguished speakers. First of all, I would like to introduce Martin Humphries. He is the lead transport economist and global lead for transport connectivity and regional integration of the World Bank. Martin is a lead transport economist and the global lead for transport connectivity and regional integration, the Maritime Transport and Logistics at the World Bank, Washington. He leads the bank's growing work program on digitalization, port performance, and decarbonization. As a speaker, and the second one will be Paul Hansen, the Chief Trade Facilitation of the UNCTAD on a single window environment. Paul is responsible for UNCTAD's trade facilitation portfolio and has extensive experience in trade and transport facilitation, having worked for more than 20 years in the UN systems on issues such as international trade, transportation, transit, international standards, etc. He previously worked at the UNEC and prior to joining the UN in the private sector in public affairs, management, consulting, and logistics. Third, Richard Mutonga Ibwima from Namibia. He is the Executive Port Operations of the Namibian Port Authority. Richard is the Executive Port Operation, and before joining NAMPort, Richard was a terminal project manager in Sudan. In his current capacity, Richard serves on several government committees in Namibia, such as the Blue Economy Technical Committee, the Public Sector Innovation Committee, and he is also Deputy Chairman of the Container Terminal Concession Implementation Committee. David Fu is the Assistant Chief Executive at the Maritime and Port Authority at Singapore. He oversees functions ranging from operations planning, including emergency preparedness, security and safety, port systems, IT systems, cybersecurity, as well as statistics and data systems. Prior to joining MPA, David served in the Singapore Navy for more than 27 years, ashore as well as on board and submarines, including assuming command of 2 submarines. And finally, Grant Hunter, Director of Standards, Innovation and Research of BIMCO. He is investigating in the future of the shipping business to assist BIMCO's members on their digital transformation journey. After I have briefly introduced our distinguished speakers, I would like to start the discussions giving each of the speakers the opportunity to briefly talk about the issues closest to their hearts. This will then be followed by a general discussions of the issues raised including questions from the audience. Therefore, Martin, please, if you can start.
By all means. Thank you very much, Julian. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2016, the World Bank issued the World Development Report, Digital Dividends, underlining how digital technology creates opportunities to accelerate growth, generate jobs, and improve services. The digital revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, has emerged in the past decade as one of the main drivers of change in the port and maritime sector, requiring a high level of integration between devices, agents, and activities. To facilitate efficient movement, the shipping lines, the marine services, the cargo handling operations, the clearance agencies, and connective road and rail and inland water networks all need to be joined and work together to facilitate the necessary exchange of data to make a consignment move across and between jurisdictions efficiently, frictionlessly, and at lower cost. It has created a new ecosystem, one where being on the outside presents a significant risk. In the short term, impediments can lead to shortages of essential goods and higher prices, as was illustrated at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the medium to long term, the development challenge, they can lead to higher trade costs, lower competitiveness, lower economic growth, and lower employment for our countries. Given the importance, then, one is a little surprised at the lack of progress. In 2020, an International Association of Ports and Harbours survey found that just 34% of responding ports, sample size was 110, met the mandatory requirements of the FAO Convention at that time. In sub-Saharan Africa, there are approximately 40 to 45 ports, let's say 40, that we would regard as important for trade in a particular country. In the IAPH survey, 11 responded. Out of that, 5 ports indicated at that point they were at operational stage in relation to the FAO Convention then. 60% had taken no action or at a design or implementation stage, and these were the ones that responded. As of November 2020, only 49 countries of the 174 member states of the International Maritime Organization possess a functioning port community system. In an attempt to ascertain the progress since 2020, we are now undertaking a detailed survey of sub-Saharan ports together with IAPH. And we hope that the results should be available in July 2023, both of the problems in the institutional framework and impediments in the institutional framework and progress in installing a maritime single window. The 2016 World Development Report noted that for digitalization to be successful, the most important components were the analog components: human capital, organizational suitability, an enabling regulatory structure, consistent and inclusive standards, high-level political commitment, and the establishment of an appropriate institutional structure. I would posit maybe that's why we're having so little progress in the installation in our client countries. Let me stop there.
Okay, thank you very much for this message, Martin. And now I would like to make you some questions. First one, I would like to ask you, what is the perspective of the World Bank in relation to the digitalization of the maritime sector and the risks associated with further delay in implementation in the ports on the world?
Certainly, thank you, Julian. I think it's fair to say from my opening remarks that we see the slow progress in digitalization as a major development challenge, akin to decarbonisation. These are two of the biggest challenges facing the maritime sector today, and by extension, the trade and economic growth possibilities of our client countries. If you're on the wrong side of the green divide or the digital divide, then undoubtedly you are going to be disadvantaged. Having said that, it isn't just a question of starting down the digital roadmap and trying to ensure that you can reduce your trade costs, improve competitiveness, lower economic growth, increase your economic growth and increase your employment, and of course now lower emissions. It's also a question of ensuring that there is appropriate protection for your digitalization journey. Cybersecurity is now one of the major challenges facing the maritime industry, as I'm sure all of you know. In 2019, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity warned that cyber attacks on port community systems could shut down ports. I work in a country, I spend a lot of time working in one country in Southern Africa, and they've had, I think, 2 declarations of force majeure because they've had cyber attacks on their terminal operating systems in the last 6 months. And indeed, at a global level, a number of the lines and ports have suffered aggressive cyber attacks, as you know. Other attacks will follow. So I think we would be happy to help our client countries both start their journey on the digitalization roadmap, but also improve at the same time the cybersecurity. Let me pause there.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. And given the importance of the digitalization of the maritime sector and in parallel strengthening cybersecurity, how would you characterize progress so far, please?
Thank you again, Julian. Well, I touched on this in my opening remarks. Going back to the call for action, I think, in 2020, and the report that was issued after by ourselves, IAPH, and looking at the survey data, and I mentioned some of the survey data, and the number of international organizations such as UNCTAD, UNECE, World Customs Organization, World Trade Organization, and indeed this organization, it would be difficult to say that the progress was anything other than disappointing so far. Let's hope this symposium changes that.
Thank you, Martin. And what has the World Bank done to move the digitalization agenda in the maritime sector forward? And how can the World Bank help IMO members, who are also clients of the World Bank Group, of course, in this area, please?
Thank you again, Julian. I think that the sectoral response of the World Bank, and I'm referring here to, there are 2 parts to the World Bank, the trade part, and one of my colleagues from the trade part is sitting out in the audience there, and the Transport Global Practice, which I'm from, which is primarily responsible for working in this issue, has responded in 3 ways. First, in close collaboration with IAPH and the World Port Sustainability Programme, we produced the World Bank technical report, Accelerating Digitalization. Critical actions to strengthen the resilience of the maritime supply chain. Happy to provide the hyperlink to anybody that's interested. And the idea of the report was both to stimulate dialogue, both within our client countries, but also on the bank side to educate our task team leaders so that they could be proactive in reaching out to our clients, both within the port authorities, but more importantly, at higher levels within the government, in order to try and move this forward. The idea of the report was to provide a schematic roadmap for ports and countries to follow, reflecting the different starting points, different contexts, and different scales. The starting point of that roadmap was the mandatory requirement of the FAL Convention, and that was before the single window. That was just the EDI transmission. And then it progressed all the way to the smart port, but I think for many of the ports in which we work in the less developed countries, the concept of a smart port is a little way off, with all due respect to some of the kind countries that are sitting here today. Forgive me. As I mentioned before, the crucial element is not just the digitalization component, it's the analog components. And here, when the World Bank helps the client country with the implementation of a port community system or a maritime single window, we're happy to work through that. But it isn't easy. In one port in a country that will remain nameless, we spent 5 years preparing the project, 5 years implementing it, and at the end they cancelled the component for the port community system because of the sudden concern that this was impeding national security. So there has to be an awful lot of discussion to overcome the embedded political economy. We provide support to our client countries in 4 ways: support and advocacy for harmonized maritime-related data and commonly agreed standards in partnership with the IMO, ISO, IEPH, and other public and private stakeholders. We provide grant support to do the diagnostic and to lay out the roadmap for a particular port or a particular country. We provide knowledge and build capacity in partnership with others and also as part of our investment operations. And finally, we provide, and in some cases less importantly, financial support for the design and implementation of suitable systems in our client countries.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin, for these interesting comments. And now I would like to move to David. If you can start first with this message on short message on this subject before I make you some questions. Please, David.
Okay, thank you, Julian. A very good morning to all of you. Really, it's an honor to be in this panel. My first time really within this building, and it's great to see everyone face to face. And hopefully, throughout the next 2 days, we'll have some opportunities also to engage with all of you. Well, for us, the maritime single window for Singapore, I would say that it was a game changer. And especially in the last 2 years, during the COVID years, we wouldn't have imagined if we had not started with digitalization, with maritime single windows, that we would have come out of the pandemic in a very bad shape. One clear example, for example, that we had implemented was contactless operations, because for COVID, at the beginning, coming in contact with people, having manual processes was really one of the conduits for COVID transmission. And had we not implemented the maritime single windows, we would not have been able to shift to contactless operations and hence have the ability to preserve the safe and efficient operations of the port. In fact, in the last 2 years, we even managed to increase the transshipment volumes of our port. We managed to clock the largest 2 volumes ever in our history within the last 2 years. And I would say that a lot of it has to deal with digitalization, the ability for us to also adapt, because with other ports being affected, we can also take advantage of Singapore being a catch-up port. And this would have been possible without the data, without the ability to look at the supply chain issues, and then to take advantage to help bring about some of the benefits to the global supply chain by using the Singapore port. So to me, really, the case for adopting maritime single windows is very clear, whether it's big states or small states, whether it's big ports or small ports. And it's important for us to start now. There's no point waiting for ships to start or for port authorities to start. We need to start somewhere. And I think we have reached the level where there are ready resources. And I think there's a lot of organizations working on various aspects. We just need to be able to find these resources, get together, implement this. So actually it's a call to action, because technology really is not the hindrance to implementing single windows. So I hope to be able to discuss further and see how Singapore's experience can also help member states to implement single windows if not done so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for these encouragement words. And now I would like to ask you, what is the Singapore's national maritime digitalization strategy, and how does this enhance port efficiencies and promote innovation for Singapore's maritime sector?
Thanks, Julian. For Singapore, we've always wanted to aim to be a smart nation. And of course, the port being part of Singapore, we aim to be a smart port. What does this mean? We don't see Maritime single windows as the end to itself, but we actually look at the entire digital ecosystem. So what do I mean? There are three key parts to this in this ecosystem. One, of course, is the platform. The platform, the single windows, whereby you can build upon not just the file forms, but all the various digital services that you offer within your port. And all the entities, the stakeholders, can actually come to this platform to transact and to interact. And you'll be surprised at how much more you can offer, because as time passes, you can begin to use the data to offer new maritime services. You can bring in new revenue. You can bring in new opportunities and even help with resources. So for us, our platform is called Digital Port at SG. Port actually is an acronym for Portal for One-Stop Regulatory Transactions. So it's everywhere. It's a single platform that everyone comes into Singapore will have to transact with. The second part of it is actually the ship, right? And for us, the digital ship project for us is very important because SHIP, again, stands for Ship Shore Harmonization and Interoperability Platform, which means that we need to enable ships to be able to communicate digitally with the shore authorities. The IMO's e-navigation program is very important. For us, we support it. One of the areas which we are trying to level up in terms of technology is to use, for example, the VHF data exchange system, which then helps to bring about the benefits of two-way data exchange. And this would be an improvement to the AIS of today. And this can actually then implement some of the maritime services that we have discussed, look at how we can provide value-added services to the shippers. And this is really the second element. The third element is actually in terms of data standardization. For us, we've embarked on digital oceans. Ocean stands for Open or Common Exchange and Network Standardization. Simply put, it means that we need to be able to agree on data standards. I know there's a lot of work being done at IPH, at the EDGH, and we need, and especially the IMO compendium. We need to be able to then agree on these standards and then implement them. And this allows two-way exchange amongst ports of the world. And if we can do this well, actually that will bring about network effects around, because then we can bring about benefits, not only to the port that implements it, but around the world. So why should shippers have to repeatedly send the same information to every port they visit? If we have a way to be able to exchange this information, we can do away with a lot of these administrative overheads, bring about efficiency even to the shipping lines. So I think for all these reasons, we need to see it from an ecosystem approach and then be able to build these network effects.
Okay. Thank you, David. And how does Maritime Single Window contribute to the sustainability agenda, and how they fit into the green and digital shipping corridors concept that Singapore is actively pursuing? Please.
Thanks, Julian. For Singapore, we strongly believe in the green and digital shipping corridors. We signed an MOU with the Port of Rotterdam back in August 2022, just last year. What is one, I would say, is probably the longest shipping corridor, green and digital shipping corridor in the world. And in November, we also started to talk with the Port of Los Angeles, as well as the Port of Long Beach, as well as some of the C40 cities. And it's an important endeavor. We have to prioritize efforts too, because resource is also a constraint. But the idea is that within these shipping corridors, we need to be able to work with like-minded parties to actually implement, and because infrastructure takes a long time, to look at how some of the green infrastructure can actually begin to support actual operations. So within this corridors, we will work on the various infrastructure needs, whether it's going to be biofuels or methanol or ammonia, and to build this infrastructure so that we can support the ships plying along these routes. And for digital corridors, as I briefly explained earlier, is to be able to exchange the information to make port calls much more efficient. And with this, we hope to be able to then get support from all these countries that we can work with, and then be able to bring about this sort of cascading effects to more ports in the world.
Thank you. May I ask you, what experience can Singapore share in terms of developing its own maritime single window, and what can be done to further encourage maritime single window development by other IMO member states?
Thanks, Julian. So to be honest, implementing single windows, it's not easy. To me, I think there are two key ingredients. One is change management. Often, I think culturally, that's the most difficult part. We need to be able to get the stakeholders to be willing to actually change their processes, to be able to implement it, to be able to then look at ways of doing things more efficiently and doing things much better. And this, for us, we spend a lot of time talking to our various stakeholders, speaking with the shipping agents, with the different companies. So I think my team had engaged, I would say, close to 1,000 different entities as we implemented the single window. So I won't, I mean, to be honest, it was really a very challenging sort of step, but I think we persevered. And of course, with regulations put in place to have cutoff date for people to switch to a digital form of transactions, that also helped. So I think you need regulations, you need personal engagements, you need to be able to then engage and then actually see this window not just as a benefit to the authorities implementing it, but actually to us, the stakeholders, what sort of features do they need, what do they want, and then, be able to walk this journey, co-own the single window with your stakeholders. I think that's important. Secondly, I think what's important is that with technology, for example, cloud computing, it allows us to have three key benefits from implementing cloud technologies. If the single window were to be on the cloud, I think it will bring about three things. One is actually savings, because for cloud computing, you pay as you go. So you don't actually pay for resources which you don't use. So in a way, you can control your costs. Secondly, you can scale, because things which can work on the cloud, you can literally scale it to all the different ports in the world. So I think I'm very optimistic. We have an ongoing project with IMO, World Bank, and Port of Lobito, Angola, to implement a single window, and I hope the project is successful and we can actually use this model to help proliferate single windows to other ports too. And third is in terms of cybersecurity. And because you're on the cloud, you can implement very robust sort of cloud infrastructure to make sure that you are secure. Because if you are doing on-prem and different ports with different standards, you cannot be able to then address some of the emerging threats as quickly as you are on the cloud. So I think for all these reasons, these are important benefits. We should just really do cloud computing for single windows, as well as to really look at how we can implement it in a very quick and efficient way. Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. And now I would like to go to Grant. If you can start, with a short introduction, and later on I will make you two questions, please.
Thank you very much, Julian, and good morning to everyone. Ships should not be sailing as fast as they safely can to reach port and then wait. But they do. That's the reality. They shouldn't be sitting at anchor for days or weeks on end, waiting for berth, but they do. They should know when their pilot is going to arrive, when their tug's going to arrive, and all sorts of services are going to be provided. They should have some certainty in the business they're doing, but sadly that's simply not the case. But the fact is, we have the tools to be able to make the shipping industry much, much more efficient. We have the data, we have the technology. One of the problems we face when we talk about this word data, everybody likes the idea of sharing data as long as it's not theirs. That's the reality of the world. We see it in our own shipping organisation, BIMCO. Ship owners love the idea of sharing data as long as it's not their own data. In order to take and achieve the benefits of digitalisation, we need to overcome a number of obstacles, and data sharing is a key one. We need to feel comfortable in sharing data because it will bring many, many benefits to us that far outweigh our concerns about data sharing. And fundamentally, at the root of this data sharing is the ability for us to trust each other. That's how this is all going to work. We have a number of tools that we've been looking at in the shipping industry to make shipping more efficient, things like just-in-time arrival concepts. Quite often when we speak to people who've tried out these schemes, they say, well, it's not what was written into the contract or not sort of the technology behind it that caused the problems. It was often the lack of trust. Where these sort of schemes work well is where the stakeholders involved have long-term relationships. They have trust between them. And therefore, when things begin to go wrong, they can simply pick up the phone and resolve problems. That's a very difficult thing to implement, but it's at the very heart of all this process here. We need trust. We need to be able to share data in order to make our industry more efficient. I say we have lots of tools at our disposal. I hear from many other speakers, technology is not the problem. We're not short on technology. It's getting it implemented and used that is the problem. And when it comes to digital transformation, it's a process that can often take time. It brings speed and it brings efficiency and it brings new business opportunities, but the implementation process is something that requires a lot of time and effort to get right and to get in place. Let me give you an example from my own experience of a digitalization process. The bill of lading, which is a piece of paper issued when the cargo is put on board the ship that gives title to that cargo. It travels in parallel to the ship and is given to the person who will eventually receive those goods. It's a piece of paper. It's been around for 500 years, and in the 21st century, it's still around. And yet the technology to send that bill of lading electronically has been around for so long that when I first attended a conference on it, I had black hair. Sometimes things take a lot of time, but that's an example. Things are changing, and sometimes the technology needs to be in the right place at the right time. But it's a process that takes time, but my message to you is that what's vitally important is that we as an industry, and I mean all of the stakeholders involved in the global supply chain, have to cooperate and have to collaborate and have to work together. And part of the issue is that some states, some ship owners even, are better resourced than others, and that often creates a technological disparity, those who have the resources and those who don't have. This is not something that we can have if we want to have a drive towards global efficiency. We need to be able to share these resources, because having 4 or 5 super technological ports in the world doesn't cut it really. All of the ports need to have a share of this technology. We move cargoes from all sorts of differently resourced ports around the world. We need to be able to share the technology. We need to be able to share data for all this to work so that we have an efficient global scheme in operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. And may I ask you how important it is to create a coalition of the willing across the entire maritime spectrum to ensure the success of the digital strategy?
I think I just answered my own question ahead of myself there. I think it's vitally important that we have this coalition of the willing. I mean, we see some fantastic examples of leadership in the world today. My colleague here from Singapore, Port of Rotterdam as well, they are doing fantastic initiatives that are really developing this, really pushing it forward, and really putting out a sort of shining light to the rest of the industry, what can be achieved if you've got the resources to do it. But, you know, there has to be first movers, there have to be people that go out there, try things out, errors will be made, we'll find the right way eventually. But what's going to make it all work is all of the stakeholders all working together and trusting and working with each other, regardless of how well resourced they are. So to me, it's absolutely vitally important for this journey.
Thank you, Grant. And now let's change to the reduction of emissions. And what are the challenges for shipping in successfully implementing the just-in-time arrival schemes to tackle the practice of sail fast and then wait?
Yeah, this is a big challenge for the industry because we can't really separate decarbonisation and digitalisation. The two things go hand in hand. If you want to decarbonise, you need technology, you need to optimise voyage, you need to work with efficiency in the ports as well. It has proved to be a challenge in the past, adjusting the arrival time of a ship so that it can arrive in the port, go in, do its cargo work and sail really efficiently. Part of the problem is it comes down to the fact that there's a lack of information, there's a lack of data sharing. Quite often there's no certainty as exactly when the ship may berth, or it may be given a berthing slot and then someone says, no, in actual fact, I want to take that ship out of the queue, take it ahead of that other ship. So you've slowed down and someone jumps the queue and you've lost the benefit. So we need that element that we create a system that will work efficiently, that all of the stakeholders in the ports will be working together to make sure that that port call is very efficient. Everybody knows when the ship's arriving, what services need to be applied, when it needs to go alongside and do its cargo work and sail. All of these things need to be joined together. That up until now has proved to be quite a challenge in the industry because there are so many stakeholders involved. Where we've seen success in these schemes like just-in-time arrival is often where the cargo interests themselves operate the terminal, where there are far fewer stakeholders involved, where the owner or operator of the ship has a long-term relationship with the cargo interest. There we've seen some success, but it can be made much more successful. There are initiatives that are being looked at the moment where we try to simplify the voyage process for just-in-time arrival, where perhaps we look at simply the voyage between leaving the pilot station at one port and arriving at the next pilot station, and we build in the efficiency into that. But again, it requires an agreement of when a ship is allocated a space in a queue, it is allowed to keep that. Nothing interrupts that. As soon as people are allowed to sort of play around with these queuing systems, then we get inefficiencies, then people are reluctant to commit to these things. So we need commitment, we need schemes that work, and we need all of the stakeholders to buy into it.
Okay, thank you very much, Grant. And now I would like to invite to Paul Hansen to introduce, to make a short introduction. And please, Paul. Thank you, Paul. As we are running out of the time for this panel, I would only ask you one question because we don't have much time, and it's related to the World Trade Facilitation Agreement and the importance of the national trade facilitation committees that plays an important role for national coordination and implementation. Can you provide an insight in the participation of the maritime sector in these committees and how these committees are contributing to single window implementation? Please, Paul. Thank you very much, Paul. And now I'm going to the last speaker, that is Richard. Richard, please. Very good morning. And please, if you can make a very short introduction, and later on I would make you one question, because we are running out of the time of this panel. Please, Richard. Yes, we can hear you well. Before we close for the coffee break, I would like to offer, to the distinguished participants here today, if you have one question for one of our speakers, please. Yes, please, Ghana.
Hello. Okay, so my name is Francis from Ghana. I have two questions. One goes to Martin Humphrey, and then the other one goes to David. Martin, we all understand that as ports and port facilities go digital, it becomes very important for us also to consider cybersecurity. And I think you mentioned that. I know IPHA has come out with cybersecurity for port and port facilities, a whole guideline for that. Would you also recommend that member states also make the implementation of cybersecurity standard mandatory? That's my question. To David, Singapore really is has become a model for many ports around the world, and simply because of the way you're able to use technology to improve port efficiency and also trade facilitation. You made mention of the fact that you have a digital port, which I assume to be a port community system, and also digital ship, which I'm sure is also Maritime single window. I hope we also have trade net for the national trade facilitation, I think so. Would you recommend that countries also go this route by implementing these three systems separately? We have national single window, we have the port community system, we have the Maritime single window. So that's my question. We also probably advise that a country that has, let's say, a national single window and is about to implement maritime single window, we merge these two systems, or we actually implement a maritime single window separately. Thank you.
All right, I won't try to delay the coffee break, but I think the answer is a bit complex. It depends on how each country is structured, because in a way for Singapore, the Maritime Port Authority really looks at the, in a way, facilitating ships coming in terms of maritime trade. And you have the customs functions, you've got immigration and all that. So depending on how each sort of agency structures itself, the way that we've kind of used to kind of integrate is that because of today's technology, you don't have all to be in one single system. In fact, with, for example, the application programming interface, or APIs, you can do a search on it and learn a bit more about it. It allows a standardized way to exchange information between systems. So you can be operating different sort of platforms, but you must be able to agree and using APIs as a conduit to exchange the data. That allows you to set up a system whereby there is no wrong door. Somebody can come into one system and then transact with the other agencies. So that's how we've done it. And the other thing that we've also done is to use a single sign-on sort of process. So for which you can actually authenticate the identity of the transactor, and then be able to then actually go to different systems without having to log in and log out again. So these are some of these technologies that you can actually implement, be able to then build upon the different systems together. So I would say I wouldn't advocate for systems to be fully integrated into one single sort of system or platform, but to be able to come together and then decide how to support each other, and then to build the various interfaces and in a way services to support the community. Yep. And of course, this can also then be used as a model to share between ports around the world too. And then the ship that comes to one single port can also benefit from the data exchange to another port in the next destination. Thanks.
Thanks. Well, I think, I mean, like David, I have no wish to delay access to the coffee and the biscuits. So I'm going to be very succinct, and I'm going to say I don't think it's a question of making it mandatory. That's probably a question for Julian rather than for me. But I think it would be extremely unwise of a port authority to implement a maritime single window or port community system without considering cybersecurity in parallel. Rather simplistic analogy, would you ever buy a home computer these days without considering an antivirus package? No. You know, this is a little larger scale and the implications are far greater. So not mandatory, but highly recommended.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin, and thank you very much to all my distinguished colleagues, the speakers speaking today. And now, I don't want to take you more time for the coffee break, and I give the floor now to Tamara, please.
Okay, I wasn't aware I was doing this bit, but anyway, hello everybody. So yes, coffee, if you could come back for 11:15, please, up on the first floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So sorry.
Julian.
Hi, Mark.
David, nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Julie. Thank you very much, David.
Hey.
I had no idea Singapore had seas to this. Submarines, I was going to say.
We're Swedish and German submarines.
Two. 1, 2. Check. 1 2. 1 2. Check. 1 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching online, please may I ask you for your patience for a few more minutes before we begin the second panel. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So we're now going to turn to panel 2 on the pragmatic approach towards MSW implementation from vision to realization. This will be moderated by Mr. Pascal Olivier, the Data Collaboration Committee Chair at IAPH. Mr. Olivier is a renowned maritime supply chain digitalization strategic advisor to governments of developing and emerging countries and international financial institutions such as the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. As well as being chair of the IAPH Digitalization and Data Collaboration Committee, he is also the founding chair of the International Port Community System Association. Thank you. So Pascal, over to you. Right, sorry, big fun.
It's okay.
It's okay. Turn your...
Okay. Oh, it's here. Right. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. The previous panel session shape really the future about digitalization in the maritime supply chain at the executive level. Now we're going to deep dive on the maritime single window subject. What we're going to be doing now in this deep dive, it's about learning from the lessons of our colleagues from 6 countries around the globe. We will, out of that session, aiming as to provide to member states the guidance, the recommendation, how to implement maritime single window. But in particular, we will not be focusing on the great things, the great story about the maritime single window. We're going to focus on the challenges, the issues that we face in different countries, and the does and the don'ts for member states. But before we deep dive, let me introduce first our colleagues. From Argentina, we have Lieutenant Commander Paola Beatriz Grillo. She is the head of International Regulation Section at the Safety of Navigation Directorate of Argentina Coast Guards. Along with her, from Argentina, we have Rodrigo Javier Puertola, who is the project director of the National Trade Single Window. From Guatemala, again in Latin America and the Caribbean. In Guatemala, we have Leonel Alberto Molina Cabrera, is just on my extreme left. He's the head of Customs and Trade Modernization Department of the SAT Tax Directorate of Guatemala. On my just left, from Morocco, we have Youssef Aoudzi, who is the Director General of Portnet, the National Single Window of Morocco. On my just right, we have Vassam Aguirre, he is the Managing Director of Djibouti Port Community Systems. Then, on my extreme right, we have from Montenegro, Nejat Kadidani, is Deputy Director of the Administration for Maritime Safety and Port Management. And also, remotely, we have from Europe, Philippe Duchesne, Senior Project Officer for Reporting Formalities at EMSA, which is the European Maritime Safety Agency. So we're going to start with our colleagues from Argentina. So can we have our colleagues from Argentina, please? Yes, yes. Good morning, Argentina. So we have Paola Beatriz Grillo and Rodrigo Javier Puertola in Buenos Aires. So welcome to the IMO Symposium. And we're going to start the discussion of this deep dive with Paola. Paola, in 2016, following the IMO FAL 40, new mandatory requirements to the electronic exchange of information, the Prefectura Naval launched DEB, the Despacho Electrónico de Buques, or in English, the Ship Clearance for Electronic Systems. Could you describe, when you started that journey, what was the legal framework of DEB and Ordinance 7-18 DPS of end of 2018? Thank you, Paola.
Thank you, Pascal. Good morning to all, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our experience in this symposium. First of all, I will briefly describe the legal framework with regard to the competence of Prefectura Naval Argentina, our Coast Guard. From now on, I will refer to it as the Maritime Authority. Argentina approved FAO Convention in 1979. The convention, among other provisions, sets forth responsibilities related to the inward and outward clearance of ships. Those are implemented in Argentina by the Maritime Authority. Therefore, soon after approval of the convention, an ordinance was enacted in order to implement its provisions. With a view to expedite administrative proceedings and avoid unnecessary costs, from 2016, Argentina's Maritime Authority began to develop the Ship Clearance Electronic System, or DEB. At the beginning, it was implemented on a voluntary basis for a specific period of time in order to test the system and aiming at the enactment of an ordinance. This ordinance was enacted in 2018. From then on, all IMO ships engaged in international maritime navigation are included in the system and can have authorized access to the DEB through the Maritime Authority's website by means of a specific portal. The ordinance which made the DEB mandatory was based not only on the FAO Convention, but also on a national decree on good practices towards simplification, which aims mainly at the continuous improvement of processes through the use of new technologies and IT tools. The new ordinance revoked the previous one from 1980 so as to be in line with the concept of the maritime single window as an electronic means for ship clearance. The DEB covers all the provisions of the FAO-related internal ordinances, facilitating management by the Maritime Authority, shipping agencies, and other stakeholders. It optimizes time and resources by eliminating the use of paper documents. It also adds to transparency. Since the entry into force of the ordinance providing the DEB, the Maritime Authority has continued to improve and develop the system. As a result, it was considered necessary to amend the ordinance so as to include more types of ships within its scope of application, namely all ships of international navigation. Also, other amendments were introduced due to the experience gained since its entry into force. As to future measures, the Maritime Authority intends to incorporate all ships in the system, that is to say, even ships not engaged in international navigation. This is a long-term plan, as it is not so easy to implement. Mr. Rodrigo Puertolas will now refer to the single window for foreign trade. At this time, I will just highlight that there is collaboration between the Maritime Authority and BUSE by means of periodic coordination meetings. Also, the Maritime Authority has provided ship information to BUSE to be used for tests toward implementation of new platforms.
Yeah, thank you, Paola. And thank you for these first arts of introducing the importance about the legal framework, when it comes to the implementation of the maritime single window. Dear colleague from Argentina, we'll go back later to the second question. We're going to move now to Guatemala to have a different flavor about what was the original approach. In Guatemala, we have Leonel with us. In 2021, Leonel, the Guatemala Customs started the National Single Window Initiative, along with the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. And your first focus also was about the legal framework. Could you describe what is the legal framework in the context of your project right now?
Thank you, Paul, and I'm very happy to be here, ladies and gentlemen. We identified the main goal that we had to reach before even we develop any project or any IT solution is to get all the agencies together and to have a legal frame that support this project. And first we did, it was to have a MOU with all the another agencies like agriculture, quarantine, and then we will move forward with the national port authorities it was so difficult because everybody wants to have the power or the become the leader of the project. But then after legal meetings and a lot of time, we get to the knowledge to have a national agreement. And now we're working on this. We get also even to the National Port Commission, and also even we have to get to the presidential office to finally get this agreement. But this will be the agreement that will support all the project and all the money that we're going to do for the IT solution. It is not easy, but it's necessary to have a legal frame for any project.
Yeah. Thank you, Lionel, for this presentation about your experience on the legal framework for in Guatemala to start with the project. Youssef, the port. Youssef is here. It's all right. So, you know, sometimes you don't know where it's remote, local, left or right, right? So, yeah. Excuse us from remote participants, on YouTube and Zoom, right? Youssef in Morocco, Portnet really implemented, first of all, the port call as the first module of the port community systems, but later became the national single window. Do you mind to share with us what were the challenges in implementing the maritime single window? But maybe it's good because it has been a very long journey for Morocco. You started back in 2009, and we are in 22. You moved from PCS port call to now national single window. So thank you for this, Youssef.
Thank you, Pascal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for me an honor to be with you for the first time in this beautiful building and share some of our learnings from the project of implementing national single windows in Morocco. The implementation of the single window started the early 2000s with the establishment of a strong community at the port of Casablanca. In 2007, the Moroccan government adopted a reform known as the port reform. This reform has been accompanied with a congestion in the port of Casablanca. This congestion was very strong and impacted not only the port and the government agencies, but also all the private sector and companies. Since this time, all the community has been committed to establish a solution for the ports, for the trade, to facilitate all the procedures starting from the maritime side, the port side, and also the trade as a full system, a national single windows that will be used to share all data between all the parties. Aside the customs system that has been already established in Morocco, we have created this system from a greenfield that helped to address more easily the needs of the community and the challenge that was being important for those parties. The biggest challenge that has faced the establishment of the single windows, national single windows, is the importance of an effective coordination between all the government agencies and also from the private sector and all the stakeholders that has to work closely to define the scope, requirements from such system that will play several roles as a port call system, also single windows, state single windows, and also as a maritime single windows. The other challenge is the need to a comprehensive and legal regulatory framework that can be used by all the parties to implement such system. We were at the single windows very forerunner with the compliance with the international standards and regulation that help us to accompany all these parties in this project.
Yeah, and really from a legal framework perspective, to the establishment of your company, that there was a decree,
yes,
to establish the company back in 2009. Right? So important enough. Varsama, I think this is one of the unique stories, Djibouti. We have been talking with Martin and Fred from the World Bank earlier on about port community systems. You decided to implement a port community system, but not only. You decided to implement the first module of the port community system as the maritime single window, way forward to the future of PCS. What have you been achieving so far, in implementing the first layers, really, and how do you gonna enhance in the future? What has been the issue that you face at this stage, Varsama?
Thank you very much for the question. In Djibouti, we are not using the ports only for our needs, but we handle also 90% of neighboring Ethiopia import and export. So it was in our interest and the interest of our neighbors also to improve the processes of port calls, cargo clearance, and all the way to the national single window. For that, we had to start with the maritime single window because you need to obviously digitalize the process for the incoming vessels or basically import and export, handling import and exports. This was our starting point. Then from then on, we have started including the cargo management features, starting from the manifest to delivery order, electronic delivery order, all the way to the gate process of the port. Then we have recently also connected the hinterland transport in terms of trucks and also the railway. So a customer will be able to follow or track the shipments from the arrival of the vessel all the way to the truck delivering the cargo through the corridor of Djibouti and Ethiopia. For the maritime single window, some of the features that were implemented were vessel registration, arrival and departure file declarations, all the requests concerning berth, mooring, piloting, and approvals from the authorities as well, loading list, unloading list, vessel clearance, all of these features were implemented and digitalized. Moving forward, we were also looking at further digitalizing the port call processes. For example, upon arrival of the vessel to the pilot station, you still have the pilot having the vessel master sign the arrival time at the pilot station and all that. So this is the piloting sheet. So we are currently working on digitalizing this part by providing PDAs, tablets to the pilots and the quarantine agents going into or getting inside the vessel and getting all the signatures, necessary signatures from the vessel masters. And also this will enable us to get faster access to data, whereas now we wait until this information comes back to shore and inputted by the Port Authority into the port community system or the maritime single window. So we're also working on the shore pass. We have integrated the immigration police into the system. They get access to the crew list and also passenger list if there is any. So currently we are working on the shore pass whenever the crew want to go or they want to go inside the country. Yes, they deliver short pass, our immigration. So we are digitalizing this process, and also the crew change process as well. So these are our next phase implementation for the maritime single window.
Sama, it was not an easy journey when you started to put everybody around the table, huh? Yes, there were a lot of challenges, basically. As we all know, you have the change management. You're confronted to the local culture as well. In Djibouti, we prefer face-to-face meetings, you know, even though you apply, but you still have to meet the person in charge of, the approvals for them to swiftly approve your request. So I can say that COVID helped as well to limit this physical face-to-face meetings or physical visits by the shipping agents to the port authorities. And so that was the first challenges, the change management, moving from a physical exchange to an online one. There was also a challenge in terms of continuously training the port community in using the system. And the system is mandatory today for all the regulatory submission for the vessels, shipping agents, and forwarders. So you have a lot of sometimes dismissal from the shipping agent communities, from their offices, and you have to train the new person as well. So it was not a pace that we could maintain indefinitely. So what we did was that we partnered with the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training so that they can provide modules, port community system or single window training modules with their vocational trainings in terms of maritime logistics modules. And yes, so after that, we have noticed that basically we could relax a bit, if I could use that term, and the pace was more sustained, I would say. Yes, thank you, Basama. Nejat, in Montenegro, it was not really the legal framework, but as we discussed, I mean, primarily difficulty for you was project financing and procurement, right? You know, in the environment that you live in, aside from Europe. But it would be useful for all of us, because Montenegro is a small state, to understand, you know, your background and how procurement and how project financing became a problem at that point.
Yeah, thank you, Pascal, and thank you for this opportunity to present the situation about the maritime single window in Montenegro. As you probably know, Montenegro is a relatively young state which got independence in 2006, and since there we are building our institutions. One of them is maritime administration when I work. Regarding Montenegro, what is also important to say is that Montenegro is a candidate country to become a part of the European Union. And as such, we have access to European funds. So one of idea, since the Montenegro is small coastal state with coast less than 300 kilometers, with only 2 ports for international traffic. One of them is Port of Bar with less than 2 million tons of cargo. Another port is Port of Kotor, mostly coming cruising vessels. In total, we have less than 1,000 vessels arriving in our ports. So having in mind this information and having in mind the complexity of maritime single window and resources needed, in 2014, we started the process for applying for European funds in order to achieve our goals. In this process, we have a support of many European institutions, but not only. We also have the support of IMO in 2017 with the technical assistance of IMO. We have, for the first time, organized a national seminar on facilitation of international maritime traffic, where for the first time we gathered all stakeholders involved in maritime single window in one place, and introduce the idea of implementing national maritime single window in Montenegro. As an outcome of this seminar, for the first time in Montenegro was established, let's say, National Facilitation Committee for Maritime Transport, which still is active and dealing with the maritime single window issues. When it comes to contracting, preparing different documentations like terms of references, studies, and so on, it's not easy. Having in mind that the process we started in 2014 and still is not finished. So in the meantime, as elsewhere, governments are changing. There are also not only political changes, but also organizational changes inside the institutions. And also we have been faced with COVID. So during the COVID, we had to prepare all these studies. All these experts should come in Montenegro in order to help us with the procurement and so on. So it was not easy, but fortunately we managed to finish the tendering process and to sign the contract. So implementation of maritime single window in Montenegro is ongoing, and I hope that in the first quarter of 2024, the maritime single window will be on place and established and functioning in Montenegro.
Thank you, Nejat. We're going to finish our first round of countries with Europe, with Philip from EMSA. Nice to have you on board today, Philip. The journey for maritime single window started a long time ago in Europe. It was started by the 2010-65 directive and moved to this new European maritime single window environment projects supposed to go live in 25. Philippe, what are the lessons learned today on the new projects?
Thank you, Pascal, for the question. Good day to everybody. Before I would start replying to the question, I think I need to clarify that the role of EMSA in the setup of the maritime single window. We have seen from the other panelist members, they were talking about the implementation of the single window. EMSA is not directly developing maritime single windows, but what we are doing is that we are providing guidance and support to the EU member states in setting up their maritime single window. So yeah, we know well about the implementation at the EU level, but nevertheless, we don't actually implement maritime single windows. So as you said, Pascal, the history started, I would say, with a very important step, which was a legal base. As you said, legal base is an important part of setting up a single window. That was a new piece of legislation, which is called a directive. So that was in 2010. It was a single window directive, let's say, which gave the obligation to the EU member state to set up a maritime single window. So that was a major step because it gave an obligation for all the EU member states to set up a maritime single window. And thanks to that, at least we have maritime single windows in the EU. The drawback of this first directive is that it didn't enforce strongly harmonization amongst the member states. So what it ended up is that while we had maritime single windows in the EU member state, they were quite heterogeneous, not harmonized. There were some initiative for harmonization, but there was no legal obligation for harmonization. And it ended up with different kind of architecture in the member states. So we had, for some member states, single windows relying on the port single windows, I would say. And some other member states which had set up centralized national single windows. There were different features. And most important, there were different interfaces with the industry in terms of the user interface, but as well into the messaging systems. There were different formats and standards applied in the member states. So our effort in the EU has been to harmonize all this. So we had different initiatives, pilot projects, such as the e-manifest pilot project that was led by the Commission and EMSA. And thanks to this experience, we have set up a new legal text, which is called a regulation, which is much stronger than the directive, which is this European Maritime Single Window regulation that you mentioned, Pascal. And with this regulation, we have a very strong obligation. We have a strong lever to harmonize the maritime single windows. So, and this regulation was written based on the experience we had from the directive, from the different pilot projects. So this is where we stand now, and we are aiming at having what we call the European Maritime Single Window environment set up in 2025. So we have 2 years to go and a half, I would say.
Thank you, Philippe. Interesting subject matter from a regional perspective that as a lesson learned for all of us in the different continent. And I think in the previous session that we had our colleagues between Francis from Ghana and David from Singapore said, you know, this is great to get together to learn what has been done in other countries when we're going between Ghana and Lobido and, you know, and so forth. That was really interesting. So we're going to go back to Argentina. Interesting things that we have from Commander Grillo, a presentation early on of DEB, of the Ship Clearance Electronic Systems that was implemented by Prefectura Naval. At the same time, in Argentina, in 2016, the Secretariat of Commerce of the Ministry of Production and Labor, with the technical and financial support of the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, launched in 2016 the project of the VUSE. The VUSE is the Ventanilla Única de Comercio Exterior, the trade single window, along with the MSW. So Rodrigo, do you mind to share with us this based on Prefectura Naval work with DEB about how you are integrating the maritime single window into the VUSE?
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Good morning. I would like to thank for giving us the opportunity of sharing our experiences. The single window for foreign trade was established as a project with financing from the Inter-American Development Bank. In 2017, by a presidential decree, a special unit was created for ensuring the standardization under one single point of entry of all import, export, and transit procedures for trade to and from Argentina. Without objective, customs, the Ministry of Economy, and other competent authorities participate in the unit. In addition to the obligation under the FAL Convention, I should mention that the World Trade Organization has introduced the obligation to establish a national facilitation committee and to provide uniformity of procedures at ports, airports, and other entry points. This interoperability scheme aims to provide improvements to existing services with the intention of optimizing processes, integrating all the organizations involved in cross-border operations. One specific purpose to be achieved is the digitization of procedures and establishing a single point to declare information on the dispatch of ships. In this regard, we are working with Customs, the Maritime Authority, which is Prefectura Naval, the Borders Health Control Authority, and Immigration. We are also trying to incorporate the port administration, which present as a particular challenge due to the lack of centralized operation in Argentina. Argentina has more than 100 ports, most of them controlled by private companies. We are very confident that in this first quarter of 2023, we will have a viable product and hopefully it will be available to the public soon. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Rodrigo. What is interesting is initially the Prefectura Naval had the legal framework around the ordinance from 2018, in parallel supplemented by the presidential decree 2016 and 2017 for the trade single window and the interoperability with the maritime single window drove the path for Argentina on the way forward. Let's move on to Guatemala. Leonel, you started also by the MOU and the regulation on your side. Then you had a second step with the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation was to go from as is to be, from a business process reengineering for the maritime single window. How did you do that? What has been the challenges that you faced during that phase?
Thanks, Pascal. The main challenge is why customs? Why is customs doing this? Or why is not the national port authority? So the first main challenge that we have to face it is to prove that we have the capability and we have the technology and we have the knowledge. We did a master plan, a strategic plan, and we put it like the actions included in the modernization of customs that we're going to follow all the guidelines of the international organizations. So we include not only WCO, but also we included another organizations like the IMO. So that's why, first of all, we have to prove it that we are going to support the project. And then in 2019, we did a time release study, which is a tool that has the WCO to identify the bottlenecks or the main challenge in the custom clearance cargo. And then we did a study with all the stakeholders, and everybody will realize that to have the maritime single window, it was urgently to have in order to automate and to simplify the process. So we get the engage of all the stakeholders, but not only by the public sector with the agreements, but also from the private sector, because they start to knowledge what are going to be the benefits. So they become a part of the project and they support the project because they know this project is going to simplify and give a trade facilitation. Then when we have that, we will move forward to look for international cooperation. And that's how we get to the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. And when they realize that we have the engage of the stakeholders, we have the MOU, we have the cooperation of the agencies, they give us the technical and the financial support to become this project become true. So the second learn was to have the knowledge and to have also the international cooperation in. That's how we get to these headquarters, because they give us all the technical knowledge, and that's how we are following the guidelines of this organization. And finally, we use all the methodology to identify the new process. And we're working now at the step that we're in the procurement phase. We're almost completing the company who's going to develop the IT solution, but also we are going to implement and give all the training to the persons and give it all the information and the guidelines to do that. So the main challenge for us was as a customs to have the trustability of all the agencies and the stakeholders.
Yeah, from you, Leonel, one lesson learned from what you just said is when we go back to our introductory purpose with our president from IAPH, Subramanian from Port Klang, he was discussing about that the WCO and the IAPH going to be releasing at the end of June the first ever guidelines on ports and customs cooperation. Of course, the regulatory environment of the IMO file is related to the Maritime Authority, sometimes Maritime and Port Authority, like in Singapore. But here, the partnership between the Port Authority and Maritime Authority and Customs made that, it was decided that Customs will going to drive the implementation of the project, as you said, based on the trust environment. So I think it's an interesting case that we can learn from. Youssef, in Morocco, as we all know, it has been a long way home from 2000, 2009 as of today, but what were, according to you, the most important factor for success as of today? I mean, was it stakeholder engagement, And what else?
For me, there is two, in my opinion, two success factors in establishment of community system, single windows, post community system, or any other community systems. First, I think it's the optimization and the engineering of business processes. We need to measure the performance of the process as a whole, and also the performance of each parties in the contributing in the system. In Morocco, we have sharing several KPIs with our community. We have developed more than 200 KPIs that was shared by partnered by the single windows with all the parties. Those KPIs are measuring all the sides of those business processes, how every stakeholders is working, is validating his processes in the system, and also we are measuring all the performance in the ports and good clearance, so we can have this vision clear of what happened, what is the bottleneck in a port. For example, the waiting time of vessels or the time of good clearance is a good KPIs that keeps all the community engaged in this project, as those KPIs give feedback to those parties about what happened in the reality. The second challenge, I think, it's the engagement of stakeholders, change management. I think it's a success factor to implement rapidly and this community system. It's not an easy process, and needs to understand that that this process is not only bringing technology and digitalize procedures and process. Is a process of accompanying and helping all the stakeholders, all the parties, to implement their own systems, and also to contribute in this project. It cannot be easy if we don't share the same vision and goals between all the parties. This is, I think, the key point, because in a port, it's a heterogeneous and complex environment, and we need to have this vision and goals that are aligned between all the stakeholders, so we can have this project efficient and successful project for all the community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Farsama. So, change management really being one key element at this stage in Morocco, right?
Yes.
When we implement Maritime single window, Farsama, one of the things that we are looking right now from an international organization perspective, is it what is the impact, of implementing the Maritime single window? And we want to look at the impact assessments. So we are looking on time, we are looking on cost, because sometimes it's, yes, there is a regulation, IMO is decided, but what is the impact in terms of time and cost on the process, on the port call, on the vessel clearance, on the regulatory data that are declaration? You have been looking at that in Djibouti, right?
Yes, thank you, Pascal, for giving me the opportunity to talk about this. The main, first benefit, I would say, of the Maritime single window and port community system implementation was having a single submission facility. Yes, whereas previously information was submitted to 6-7 different entities in different formats. Today, one of the biggest benefit for the community is that they submit it to a single platform, and the authorities are sharing this information with the private sector as well. So what happens is that information is submitted, it is verified and approved by the competent authority, and then shared with the relevant stakeholders. And through this, we're able to improve the accuracy of the information itself. When the same information was submitted to many different parties, and we noticed that there was some differences in the data that was submitted to different stakeholders. But now through the single submission facility, you have one authority that is competent over each of these submission or regulatory documentation. And then once they approve, it becomes visible for the rest of the community as a single access to data. In terms of time, we have also noticed improvements on declaration approvals. Declaration approvals from a few days to around a few hours. Specifically, when we talk about online vessel registration, file declarations, and port clearance as well, which was digitalized and now is an electronic port clearance. So they're all averaging 2.8 hours of, from submission to approval, and it is down from a 72, more than 72 hours before the implementation of the Maritime Single Window and Port Community System. If we look at the electronic port clearance, which was implemented in 2016 by itself, used to take around 12 to 18 hours for the vessel to get the port clearance, because it required the signature, physical signature of the harbor master. And if the vessel had to leave during that time, it's quite difficult to get hold of him. But now, and on top of that, basically, whenever the port was busy in terms of availability of berth, they were requesting the vessel to wait at anchorage. And if the shipping agents had to bring this physical document to the vessel master, they had to hire a tugboat, upwards of $600 per voyage. And now it's digitalized 100%. They request the electronic port clearance online, and it is approved by the harbor master in less than 1 hour. This because there was a regulation from the Port Authority or directive setting the response time, electronic response time for the port clearance and the Port Authority processes through the single window, maritime single window, or the Port Community System to be finalized within 1 hour. So that helped a lot. And in terms also, I will join my colleague Yusuf in terms of business intelligence. You know, the platform is able to provide data and insight for the shipping agents and forwarders to improve their services. Yes. And they have access to a lot more data that was previously kind of restricted. So for each voyages or each voyage, partners are provided with end-to-end information of all the different processes that their cargo or their vessel had to go through. From the arrival at anchorage, all the requests of and approvals from the authorities, arrival at the pilot station, berthing process, mooring, all this information all the time. The information is basically inputted into the system. And at the end of each month, we provide also some type of summary of the efficiency of these shipping agents, even the efficiency of the in providing the regulatory information. Sometimes the shipping agents do not provide the information on time, mostly due to vessel deciding at the last minute to come to the port. And they can also see how long, because of that, they had to spend at anchorage. So next time they will have better planning of their vessels and basically and activities of the sort. So also this information, the availability of this information, the fact that we're sharing this information contributed to or would contribute to an improvement from the private sector side as well.
Thank you, Basama, for sharing. Nejat, in Montenegro, one dimension that we have not talked so far in the stakeholder engagement was building trust. It has been a big fight for you, right? You know, how did that start?
Yeah, thank you, Pascal, for the question. Well, the trust among stakeholders and respect is very important in order to implement complex projects like Maritime Single Window. I had an opportunity, because I participate in many projects, to travel a lot and to speak with officials from maritime administration in various countries. So in many countries, there is kind of a rivalry between agencies, and sometimes there is also overlapping about competencies of agencies. And agencies are actually struggling in order to have maritime single window or some kind of other system to have ownership on these systems. Also, I had opportunity to visit some countries where nobody would like to take ownership and responsibility to build such a kind of system, which is completely understandable because of let's say, responsibility and lack of resources and so on. Regarding Montenegro, when we start implementing the National Maritime Single Window, I got an idea in 2014. We have been actually appointed as a leading agency to implement it, and we had this respect and trust from other agencies. But it was because of our previous project, which was successfully implemented, and it was actually VTMIS project. It's Vessel Traffic Monitoring and Information System project, which we started in 2009 and successfully implemented in 2015. With this project, Montenegro got state-of-the-art maritime surveillance equipment, which is used for maritime coastal surveillance and also for vessel traffic monitoring. With this system, my agency, which is performing search and rescue, is using it and saving lives, but also the system is used by other agencies for preventing unlawful acts like migration, illegal narcotics, and so on. So what is important is that every agency is happy using the system, and so with this system VTMIS, we gained actually this trust among other agencies. But when we started implementing the system in 2009, it was not situation like that. So I remember when I started working in maritime administration in Montenegro in 2008, it was 2 years after Montenegro got independence. So we have been in kind of change management and our building of institutions and improving our capacities. On that time, on 2000, for example, when I start, we were agency performing search and rescue, but on that time we didn't have any kind of search and rescue boat. So we had to borrow these boats from other agencies in order to perform these actions. Anyway, on that time, we came to the idea to implement VTMIS. So it was not easy because we have been the smallest administration comparing with other maritime administration, let's say, stakeholders in Montenegro. Anyway, with a lot of energy, efforts, and dedication, we managed to secure funds and to apply for funding and successfully finish not only VTMIS, but also procure several search and rescue boats. And now we are able to perform to tourists that are coming to Montenegro service related to the search and rescue. So what is important to say is that the trust is something that you have to work on it, and a lot of efforts and a lot of energy should be made in order to gain this trust, in order to implement complex projects like maritime single window.
So what you're seeing here at Nejat is trust is related to leadership. You had this leadership with the over-border agencies, and at the beginning on the VTMIS, they didn't trust you, but you wanted it, you made it happen, and you win. You won, right? I think it's important. There is a second dimension on your point is about the VTMIS story. Many countries around the world don't have a VTMIS. When we look, from an African perspective, Oceania perspective, from a Caribbean perspective, VTMIS is not there. But VTMIS is important to the maritime single window, because if you are on the tower control or the harbor master, if you have your VTMIS and you have the maritime single window, you click on your screen and you'll pop up all your data. Like you have it at the Port of Rotterdam, you have all the data from, what's inside, who is there, all the information that we have in the declaration, right? So it's important. Let's move to Philip, and we were just talking about some data elements that we can get from the, between the MSW and the VTMIS. One subject that brought lots of discussion in EU, Philip, was about the PAX and the crew declaration, right? And especially in terms of data protection. And we know that Europe is home of GDPR. Philip, please.
Yes, Pascal. Well, that's one of the aspects of the maritime single windows, but that's an interesting one, and that's also a crucial one. Is that the maritime single window, they often handle a lot of personal data. So you mentioned the crew list and passenger list, but there is also the maritime declaration of health. So that there may be personal details which are quite critical, such as health details. And in addition to that, as it is connected to a ship, you may get from there the movement of a certain person. So know where the person is coming from, where the person is going to. So that's a very critical aspect. What we realize is that the maritime single window, in fact, address the problem. There are two aspects to that, on how the personal data protection can be implemented, addressed by the single window. Is first by checking and making sure that the data is only communicated to the persons or the authorities that are supposed to have it. Is that compared to maybe a paper situation where the crew list and the passenger list may rely on a desk, the single window, they can enforce a very strict way of communicating data. So only the authorities which are supposed to have the data, and only the part of the data that they are supposed to get will be communicated to them. So that, and this should be based, again, sorry for that, on the legal base, is that if an authority has a law which allows that authority to get that information, then the single window may be configured to provide that information to that authority. So that's the first aspect to it. This is configuration of data communication, let's say. The second aspect are the technical solutions to protect the data. So that can be encryption, for instance. So that can be addressed by the single windows, and that's a very positive point for data protection. Another aspect which is that it is very important to take care of is that in the case where there is a data communication between single windows, and that's the case in the EU, we exchange the list of persons on board at the level of the EU for the purpose of supporting search and rescue in case of an accident. So we have a platform in the EU that EMSA is operating, which is called SafeCNet, and SafeCNet handles the communication of this crew and passenger list between the member states. So that's also an important aspect, is that these systems, while exchanging data between the single windows or between authorities, have to handle and have to enforce the same data protection. So in just to wrap up, I would say that for data protection, we think that the single windows are a good solution compared to manual processing or sending crew list and passenger list by email. The maritime single windows can enforce an actual personal data protection solution.
Yeah, it's a crystal clear. Philips, what do you think are the next steps in Europe for the European maritime single window environment?
That's a good question, but there's an obvious answer, is that we have to implement this EU single window environment. That's, as I said, this is an obligation. So we have to make it run by 2025. So we have a short time now to set this up, and I'm saying we because it's all member states who have to set this up. So in EMSA and the European Commission, we are helping the member state to set up this harmonized EU single window by providing common message standards, for instance. So we are providing guidance and documentation, and we are as well providing ICT services, so common services such as user registration. The Commission is as well developing what they call a reporting interface module, which is a piece of software that is going to be given to each single window that will enforce a harmonized interface with industry. And in EMSA, we are developing reference databases on ships, locations, dangerous goods. But the most important aspect, I would say, this is the standardization of the communication of data between the industry and the single windows. And for that, we are relying a lot on the IMO compendium. So the compendium provides, as you know, a reference data model that we are applying at the EU. So we wish and we hope to be fully compliant with the compendium. And the issue that we are facing with is that the scope of the reporting obligation that we are managing is far bigger than what the compendium does today. We have 3 times more data, I think, that we are handling. And therefore, we are really looking forward to see the compendium expanding to have more reporting obligation. In the meantime, what we're doing is that we are trying to apply message standards from, for instance, UNICE, from the WCO and from ISO to see how we could harmonize all these message exchanges by all member states using an existing standard. And another aspect of the EU single window is that we are aiming at exchanging data between the single windows. As I mentioned before, we are planning to expand the maritime exchange platform, which is called SafetyNet, so that more data will be exchanged between the EU single windows, so that data can be reused. And if a data is reported in a port, in the next EU port, the shipping agent would not have to report the same data again. So that's the idea of the reporting once principle that we want to apply in the EU.
All right, so the roadmap is quite intense for Europe and EU member states. Thank you indeed, Philippe. Nejat, if we are talking about roadmap in Montenegro and challenges related to the roadmap, what's on your plate?
After we will finish successfully, I hope, implementation of national maritime single window in Montenegro, for myself, as now I'm a project manager of that project, but later on I will be responsible for maintenance of that project, is to ensure the sustainability of the project. I'm saying this because we in Montenegro have been faced with many challenges last year. We had a huge cyber attack. And due to this cyber attack, for example, national mail of government, mail service of government was not working for almost 4 months. And many governmental services were not working. Fortunately, our system VTMIS was operational and the cyber attack didn't impact it. But anyway, we have to think about it. Some of our colleagues mentioned that the cloud solution will be a good thing, which I completely agree. But unfortunately, in my country, I don't know, in other countries, there are some limitations in order to use the cloud system. Each governmental system should be placed inside the country. And since the Montenegro is, let's say, a small country, we don't have good providers of such solution. So we have to opt, let's say, physical solution with 2 service for national maritime single window. After we will ensure the sustainability of the system, we also have some plans adding some new modules. For example, we would like to introduce leisure crafts to maritime single window, because the scope of existing system we are building is only dedicated to SOLAS vessels. And we think that with incorporating yachts and pleasure crafts, since the Montenegro is a touristic country, we will improve maritime safety and also will improve revenues to Montenegro. Also, what we would like to do is to try to improve this port call process by using new technologies, for example, like STM, sea traffic management, which is already used in the north of Europe. And we are participating in one project, Eureka, where with countries like from the region, our region, like Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia, we plan to implement such a system, and not only that, but also ship reporting system will be modernized. Also, we in our plans are also implementation of one European initiatives. It is CISA. It is a Common Information Sharing Environment. It is an European initiative for enabling smooth data sharing among different agencies, not only in national level, but also on international level. What we plan is also to participate in the future initiatives or projects that are related to maritime single window and its improvement, but not only, but also to participate in research and innovation projects. Like we participate in one, it is Epicenter project, which is for enabling more efficient and greener supply chains. But what I can say from my experience, in order to introduce novel, let's say, technologies in the maritime transport, I can say that maritime single window is a prerequisite for such novel technologies and innovations like, for example, physical internet and other, let's say, novel technologies.
Thank you, Nejat. Wassama in Djibouti, I guess in your roadmap, you have some challenges, but also very strong interest from your corridor with Addis in Ethiopia for the visibility on cargo. And like today in the world, every cargo owner or shipper is saying, where is my cargo? One of the answers that you can provide also to Addis BCOs or shippers is also, but before to tell you where is my cargo, I can tell you where is the ship, right?
Yes, that was an important part of capturing the whole, I would say, itinerary of the cargo and the processes associated to this particular cargo. So integrating the corridor, systems into the procurement system was a very important part of the project. And we are also looking at further improving the current corridor tracking of at all times of all tracks and also the cargo within the corridor by introducing more RFID points at any given point in the corridor. We want to implement some type of RFID antennas so that the customers in Ethiopia can see whether their trucks have reached the port and whether they have loaded the correct cargo and what time they came out from the port to use the corridor. And one of the issues we still have sometimes is that the truckers, as they come from the neighboring countries, they try to find some transportation jobs within the country, and then they say, okay, there's a delay in the port processes, there's a delay in the custom processes, whereas they're doing some transportation jobs within the country. So as a government, we cannot intervene. This is a private to private sector exchange or basically process. So what we do is that we provide transparency on what is happening at all times. The trucks that are coming, the customer, the final importers, exporters, they can search through the database, see what time the truck came into or their truck came into the port and what type of cargo they have transported. So if there's anything, they can say, okay, I can see that you're not transporting my cargo. I'm going to have there's going to be some consequences in the payments that I'm going to make. So this is an indirect way of influencing the private sector to be more efficient in terms of port community processes or operations.
Thank you, Bassama. We're going to try to squeeze our time because we'd like to give time to the audience for questions. In terms of your roadmap also from a port call, I remember that some weeks ago, that was I think in September, you got the Smart Port Challenge in Casablanca. And one of the things that you were use case that you were looking was, for example, from the tanker's perspective or breakbulk perspective, where everybody's been focused on container ships, but there is not only. So you were looking at the port call process and the vessel clearance to manage all those. So what do you have on your roadmap when it comes to port call?
Yes, thank you, Pascal. In Morocco, we are working in several ports, container ship, also bulk and other type of port that have needs, different needs, and in terms of efficiency and competitiveness. As you mentioned, we have worked in the Smart Port Challenge in the waiting time of ships. For example, in the port of Jof, which is gas and hydrocarbon also ports. We are experimenting several solution, IT solution to test several formalities that are occurred in those type of ports. So we are also working in other ports, in other type of project. We have civil marinas in Morocco also, and we have implemented the first system to manage all the procedures for marinas in Morocco. We have started in the marina of Rabat, and we are expanding this solution to other marinas in Tangiers and also in Tetuan. We are also working with the Port Authority to implement solution for the new cruise terminal in Casablanca. That will give several services to crews about to declare passenger, declare crew, and also simplify all the procedures for tourists to come from those crews. We are also this is the port call and the services we are offering for our shipping agents in Morocco, but we are also working in goods to optimize all the procedures. There's a big workload for us in this side.
Okay, sounds great here. On our side, just to finish with Leonel. In the port industry, we all know that we have one thing very critical. We call it the master planning. So we spend lots of time on master planning with all stakeholders to get a master plan. But the situation that you are facing right now in Guatemala is you have a master plan problem because you got the Maritime Single Window project, because as customs also you have the Port Community System project, and also you have the cross-border regulatory single window, the trade single window, with the cooperation of the Inter-American Development Bank here, but there are three separate projects. But so you are very agile, right? But you have to think about master planning, and coordinating this initiative, correct?
Yes, we have all these projects, but the main challenge for customs, because it's a must, the customer has to be in that project, in any project, is that we need information, and we have to provide information for any project. So for the WCO perspective or guidelines, is that customs has to be has to have to identify a balance between control and between trade facilitation. And how we can do that it's to get the information, because when we have all information and we put all the information together to the risk analysis systems, we can get information from the vessel, from the operators, from the another agencies. And when you have a strong risk analysis system, you can expedite the clearance. So that's what we're looking for. In the perfect world, we would like to have all the projects at the same time, but it doesn't happen in countries like us. So we have to deal with the different timelines of any project, but we would like to, any IT solution, be prepared for connected and to exchange information. So in order that when the project will be implemented, we will be able to get information or to share the information. And we're working also in the master plan to have a renovated custom risk analysis system with the support of the Korean customs. And we are trying to, any initiative, be connected. So we will be able to have all the information, make the risk analysis, and be more effectively in the custom clearance. And finally, we would like to say thank you for this opportunity, because it is not very common to have a customs authority in these headquarters, but on behalf of Guatemala Customs, we are so proud to present our faces, and I hope that I share some lesson learned. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lionel. So we're gonna open the floor to question to our panelists, please. So we have Ghana. Questions? So Ghana, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. To begin with, in order that countries that are yet to implement the maritime single window do not reinvent the wheel, would you say that, and my question goes to Djibouti, Montenegro, and Guatemala, would you say that the best agency in a country to deploy the system would be customs, the port authority, or a private entity? And if it is a private entity, is it not likely that that entity would be too profit-minded? Thank you.
Nejat, do you want to take this first?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As regarding who should be the leading agency, well, from perspective of Montenegro, I should say it should be, because it's maritime single window, it should be the Maritime Administration or Maritime Authority. For other types of single window, like trade single window, it's logical to be customs. As regarding private entities, I don't know in other countries, but it is not applicable, for example, for Montenegro. Why? Because we do not have, let's say, a lot of volume. So, in order to be, let's say, so much profitable, so it can be run by some private entity, and we choose in Montenegro, which is a case in many countries in Europe, regarding the business model, which is with no additional fees by using this system. Because we were thinking that if we will impose any kind of fee, it will, instead of benefits and trade facilitation, it will make another charges and, let's say, obstacles to users of the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Nejat. Vassama?
Yes, thank you for the question. In terms of who should run these projects, whether maritime single window port community system, whether it should be the port authority, customs, or the private entity. This is an exercise that we have gone through in Djibouti, and we have assessed different private entities and also whether the port authority or the customs should drive the project. For the private entities, the conditions for them to cover their risks were too much for us to bear, especially in terms of the fees that they wanted to implement from the get-go. This was very difficult to implement, especially as we have a bilateral agreement also with Ethiopia that we should not unilaterally decide to increase the port-related fees. So it was very difficult for us to go to a private entity and to do our PPP projects. So it was decided that it should be the Port Authority because all the different processes or the amount of processes involved in the arrival of the vessel, the loading and unloading of the merchandise and all that, we have seen that it was a lot more complex than when it comes to that the process that were handled by customs. Port Authority it was decided by the presidency in Djibouti that Port Authority should drive the project. And obviously the custom is a privileged partner in this type of projects. And they also help us include or integrate with the rest of the processes that they are in charge of.
Thank you, Vassama. Just to finish, Leonel, what is your view?
From our side, was a common understanding between the National Port Authority and Customs. We're working together. They have the technical knowledge, but they didn't have the IT infrastructure and the capability. So we get it on the common understanding. They are taking care of all the technical, the guidelines and all the knowledge, and we're providing all the support with the IT solution. So in our case, it was a common understanding between two authorities.
Thank you, Leonel. Let me give you 5 key takeaways of this discussion. The first one, in most of the countries that we discuss with today, legal framework was the first action item to implement the maritime single window. Second, we learn also that working together at boarding agencies is paramount. And the role of the leadership, like in Montenegro, fighting to make it happen, on a long-term basis was important. 3, we just discussed about it. We need to think roadmap. Yes, from an IMO perspective, we have the 5 mandatory requirements that we know, but it's not only. We have been discussing about vessel clearance, port call process, and even beyond. 4th, most of us around the table get support from international financing institutions like the World Bank, the EU, the Inter-American Development and Global Trade Facilitation Alliance. So resources from a capacity building perspective, from a human resource perspective, but also from a project financing is important. And finally, we learn also that the 5 key principles of public-private data collaboration need to be followed. 1 is the stakeholder engagement with public and private sector. 2nd is establishing data governance, and Philippe explained in EU from a GDPR perspective the impact on crew and passengers, about orchestrating data when we revisit the business processes of the vessel clearance, but also about change management. And not only the last of the 5 principles of public-private data collaboration is about long-term sustainability. We're not implementing a SharePoint from Microsoft to run a maritime single window. We need to have a sustainable platforms with finance and also to have a long-term vision for sustainability. I'm sure that we will have lots of questions to our panelists. We will enjoy the lunch for this, but I'm going to give the floor to our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a reminder that for those of you who are new to IMO, the lunch cafeteria is on the 4th floor. It is cashless, so credit card only, please. And of course, it is at your own expense. Thank you. And enjoy the view from the terrace. Best view in London. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, you have to be back for 2:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch break. So we're going to start this afternoon with panel 3, the possible architectures of MSW. MSW as a standalone system, MSW as a module of national single window, and MSW as part of a port community system. The moderator, sorry, I didn't go to the pub, honestly. The moderator is Mr. Pericles Saragiotis, a senior private sector specialist of trade and regional integration at the World Bank. For the past 15 years, Mr. Saragiotis has been leading projects in various geographical regions, including the Middle East and North Africa, Europe, Central Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, as well as small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific. He has a firm understanding of the international trade and transport logistic trends, challenges and opportunities. So I'm very pleased to pass over to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara, for the introduction, and welcome everybody in our session. Today we plan to build on the discussion that Pascal moderated in the previous panel, and focus a little bit more on the characteristics of the maritime single window vis-a-vis other single windows that exist at the port and maritime environment, meaning the national single windows as prescribed at the WTO TFA, Trade Facilitation Agreement, but also port community systems, the way they're defined by the International Port Community System Association. In this panel, we will discuss experiences from different maritime single windows models adopted in various countries, prerequisites for successful implementation, especially from an architectural point of view, and also how anticipated benefits are impacted by this architecture. We have together with us a number of distinguished digital maritime and logistics IT experts, which will enlighten us with their insights. On my left, I'm delighted to have with me Ms. Sana Vainionpa, who's the Director of Domain Strategy, Head of the Maritime at Sealy Solutions, and Program Owner of the Finnish National Single Window called NEMO. Sana has nearly 20 years of experience in large-scale digital business development and innovation creation projects, and she held responsibility positions. She also has a broad experience leading global and international digital service ecosystems in various industries, including maritime and port logistics. And she specializes on digital business and service development, innovation creation, ecosystem co-creation, change management, and data-driven solutions. On my right, Mes van der Wiel has been working in the domain of information exchange in maritime transport and logistics since 2005. Several companies and in different positions, but always focused on improving the business processes and information flows in supply chains, maritime and port supply chains. Currently, Mes has two hats, two roles. His main job is as a business consultant at strategy and innovation at Port Base, which is, as you know, the port community system at the Dutch seaports. And next to that, he's a member of the executive committee of the International Port Community System Association. And he's the UN CFACT expert on single windows and the general manager of Protect, among other things. Next to him, Eugene Shia. He's a CEO of Baku International Sea Trade Port and has over 30 years of experience in the port industry. Eugene has worked in Singapore in two premier ports, PSA container terminals and Jurong port, and also managed terminals in China and Middle East. In his current role in Azerbaijan, he's leading the development of port management information systems, and he represents the Baku port in the digital route project of OSCE, promoting green ports and connectivity, the Caspian Sea region project, which aims to strengthen collaboration between the ports by means of developing a joint logistics IT infrastructure. Eugene is also involved in the framework for digitalization of logistics corridor between the South Caucasus and Central Asia, supported also by the World Bank. And he is involved in many other projects, which will take me a lot of time to outline. But welcome, Eugene. On the other side, we have Matthew Bradley, who's the managing director of CNS, a digital trade solution business within the DP World Ports. Welcome, Matthew. He's responsible for the implementation and operation of digital trade solutions across Europe, including single windows and port community systems. And he will be sharing with us experiences of maritime single windows in Europe, but also in United Arab Emirates. And on the far right, we have with us Ms. Joana Alvarez. Joana Alvarez, she is the single window project manager in Peru. I believe the acronym for the project is VUCE 2.0, correct? Yes. So she's a computer engineer by training and holds also an MBA. She's a professional specialist, developed single window projects in Peru, and also participated in the analysis and design of master plan for port community systems in Callao and other platforms of importance for the ports in Peru. So as you may have already understood, this is a panel with a great private sector experience when it comes to the development of IT systems, IT platforms in the port and maritime sector, with specialization on single windows, port community systems, maritime single windows. And as you may see, we've put a slide at the back just to give you some visual aid about the discussion we are going to have today. And speaking from experience, as Tamara mentioned before, I'm working for the trade unit of the World Bank, and together with Martin, who's sitting somewhere. Whenever I go to a country to provide support on trade facilitation, on logistics, on customs, they come back to me saying that, we've heard about this maritime single window. How should we adopt it? What can we do? We do have this national single window in place. Should this be part of the national single window? Or in some other countries, they say we do have a port community system. I mean, should it be part of the port community system? How is it different? What should we do? So in many cases, it's not a matter of what, it's a matter of how. So hopefully, through this discussion, we'll be able to answer some of the questions coming from the experience of our panelists today. So the model that I will follow is I will ask the same question to all of the panelists. This means that we'll have a limited amount of time to answer this question. And then, of course, there will be a Q&A session for you to ask questions. And I will ask them to strike a balance between being technical and simplify their wordings and terminology in order to be understandable from our audience here and also from our audience attending from the internet. So maybe we'll start with you, Sana, since you are next to me. And I would like to ask you, from your experience and in the projects that you have worked on, which maritime single window model was adopted? Was it a standalone maritime single window, or was it part of a port community system or a national single window, and how this has influenced its architecture? Thank you.
Thank you, Pericles, and good afternoon for everyone here present and online. Yes, so basically in Finland currently we have a national single window standalone system, and the background for that is that we don't have very large port communities in Finland. Instead, the landscape is quite scattered. We have quite many small ports, and that's the reason why our port systems are also a little bit smaller. And instead of that, we have taken an approach where our maritime authorities have been taking the facilitation of creating the system for the national single window. But of course, the ports with the port communication system are then having interfaces towards to the public service that we are providing, and can do the declarations, for instance, for the waste management through that. But currently, now we are developing a new version of our single window, which is a hybrid version where we are combining the maritime single window, where you can do the shipping declarations with the goods declarations from the customs side. But then the actual customs clearance is a separate system. And in addition to these more obligatory parts and regulatory parts, we are also very much accelerating the digitalization in Finland, and we have created a national shared data platform that all the participants from the private and the public sector can utilize and share the data and benefit from that. And we have been rethought our ways of working, the roles and responsibilities, and also the platform enables building value-added services for instance, also for the companies. And so we're basically looking for ideal perspective and approach for the private-public partnerships in Finland.
Thank you very much. We have a few seconds. So a quick follow-up question. So the decision to develop a standalone maritime single window was something that came naturally, or there was some discussions between the stakeholders? How did it evolve? Can you tell us a few things about it?
Yes, so basically, like I already said, it was kind of natural because of the background, so the PCS system wasn't kind of natural from the Finnish perspective. And then, like mentioned, we wanted to create also integration and common ground together with the customs, so we did this type of a hybrid approach so that it's kind of like natural and fluent from both sides. So there's integrations, but then some parts of the customs clearance are separated.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Let me jump to Joanna, if that's okay with you, and ask for your experience. I mean, my understanding is that in Peru, there are strong linkages between the maritime single window and the national single window. So can you please elaborate a little bit on that?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, well, in Peru we have a national single window since 2010. This platform, the government development different services or tools as authentication, electronic payment system, electronic notification to users. When decide implement the development maritime single window, I think it's better take advantage of this previous development. And the maritime single window is embedded to the national single window and approach this architecture previous, the legal framework exists, and the team, the experience of the team, it's more important, the experience of the team. Well, in Peru, the maritime single window, it's called port component, because the national single window have different components. No? One component for restricted goods, other component to the origin certificates, and the third component is port component. And the scope it's major than maritime single window, include other services, allowed to the maritime agent present the full, the documents, the file one, the declarations, the passenger list, the crew list, and management the administrative procedures depend of for each authority involved in the reception or dispatch of vessels. In this maritime single window, interview different authorities as Port Authority, because in Peru the authority in charge of authorization the reception or the dispatch is the National Port Authority, but participated other authority, Maritime Authority, Immigration Authority, Health Authority, Customs, another maybe Phytosanitary Authority, and the single window is one. It is the window is one submission, the information, and generate different administrative procedures or formalities for each authority. No, it is the it's a powerful concept, but at the same time it's simple, no, because it's one submission and generate different administrative procedures, but you need the infrastructure to support them. The infrastructure includes not only hardware, includes these other tools. No, I talked about authentication system, payment system, electronic notifications, and now I incorporate file electronic digitalization, signature electronic, for example.
Yes, thank you for staying within time, because I have the feeling that you could go on for at least 10, 15 minutes. Again, if you want to follow up with our panelists after this discussion, feel free to do so, because this topic, de facto by nature, is, it's a huge topic for our panelists to talk about, and they can elaborate a lot, and it's a difficult thing for them to condense all this information into 3 minutes. So I was wondering, in terms of the port base and the development of the maritime single window, what has been the experience, and can you elaborate a little bit more on the architectural side and how things are put together?
If you look at the situation in the Netherlands, well, we really have to go back about 20 years. By that time, Port of Rotterdam was still the largest port in the world. I was still in university. But there was almost no digitalization in the port. So at that time, well, there were already some trials for a port community system in the port. Didn't always work out. And then there was a deciding moment. Dutch customs decided we go paperless. And they didn't only do that, they decided we are not building a user interface for declarants. So that was really a trigger for us, Portbase, to build a port community system, funded by the Port of Rotterdam in that time. Nowadays we have two shareholders, Port of Rotterdam and Port of Amsterdam. So basically it's a PPS construction, PPP. And well, this grew. So the port community system grew. We incorporated more ports in the Netherlands. We went to about 80–90% of all ship calls that we managed. And then came the 2010/65 directive in Europe. And yeah, there was a discussion. Should we incorporate the port community system into the maritime single window environment in the Netherlands? And at that time, it was not the right time because of, well, all kinds of reasons. Governance, the way ports and authorities work together. And yeah, it was just not the right time. So we decided, okay, not the right time, but we need to work together in incorporating this. So the maritime single window in the Netherlands was raised. It was just an electronic postbox, only messages going in and out. And on the other side, we had the port community system handling ship calls, customs information, and doing also the business-to-business information exchange. Well, looking back from it now, was it a good decision? I think yes, at that time. Looking towards the future, it would be good to find some more cooperation between the two, because if you look at the separate system where you have the port community system and the maritime single window, there's a lot of governance behind it. We continuously have to discuss with each other, okay, when are you having your maintenance windows? When are the message implementation guides being published? When are we going to update the systems? When there's a failure, is it in the PCS or is it in the MSW or maybe in the authority system? So that's something in practice that we always need to look out for.
Mes, I'm really glad you brought this up, because in theory, theoretically speaking, there is this perfect solution that everybody seeks. But at the end of the day, when you do have to do a project, to develop a project, you have to consider a lot of factors, and some of them is the timing. You know, is it the right timing to implement what you originally have in mind, or maybe you can do something which is less perfect, but keep your vision in mind for a later stage. So I think this is more or less what happened in Netherlands. Yeah, it was very successful, no?
Yeah, certainly. And if I can add, the success of it was really in the cooperation of all those parties. Making sure everyone got around the table, talked to each other on what would be, well, the best situation given the situation that we have, and how can we make this work. And that is where it starts, that collaboration. We already heard it this morning. Collaboration is key in these kinds of projects.
So collaboration not only on a vision stage, but also on the architectural and design stage. Yeah. So let's take this from your first statement. I was wondering, Matthew, what has been the situation in your part of the world? I mean, the part of the world that you have worked in, especially in the United Arab Emirates. We would be happy to hear your experience.
Thank you, Pericles, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm going to talk about the situation in the UK and also the situation in the EU. Mies was talking about the importance of customs in the establishment of the port community systems in the Netherlands, and it's the same in the UK. Port community systems have been in the UK for decades, and they were an initiative where customs was the fundamental sponsor from government of the port community systems, and they were driven by the requirement to control goods moving through the border from a customs perspective. So in the UK now, the cargo manifest must be submitted to the port community systems, where the port community systems are operational. And a key part of the architecture that we have in the UK is that the port community system, which enables all of the stakeholders, both the government and the private stakeholders, to collaborate and share data and information and processes, they combine the regulatory flows and the commercial flows of data within the same processes. And I think that's something that works very well for everybody in terms of accuracy and efficiency. In terms of maritime single window in the UK, Mies again talked about 2010-65, the European Union directive, and we also heard about it from Philippe from the EU Commission this morning. The UK took a very minimalistic approach to implementing that directive, and the implementation was a very basic portal where the ship's agents can then upload the different file documents as a kind of paper digital type process. So and since then, the focus of the UK, for reasons I think everybody will be aware of, has been around how to implement effective trading processes with the European Union because of the new border that we have with the EU for customs. The UK is currently working on building well, we're calling it a single trade window, but on the diagram behind us, it's called a TSW, a trade single window. I think very interestingly, the approach that UK government is taking is not to throw away the port community systems that are there already and are working very well, but rather to integrate those port community systems into the trade single window. And I think in terms of architectures, that's really important that we build on what we have, we enable that reuse, and we look to be as efficient as possible. In terms of the way that it works in the UAE, in Dubai, so Dubai has a single window called Dubai Trade, which has very, very high levels of adoption with the trading community, and it's a single portal for services from the port, from the Jebel Ali port, with customs, with the free zone, and with other authorities. So a very broad and effective single window. There was an initiative to add the services for the other foul reporting requirements to this single window, and the services are there. However, interestingly, and one of the things that's been talked about in a number of sessions is about making sure that there are benefits to all the stakeholders, and also the importance of mandating. So those services are there. They reuse the data from other parts of the platform, but they haven't been mandated, and so the adoption has been quite limited. So I think that's an important lesson.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for elaborating on the UK experience, which I forgot to mention that you were going to bring. Eugene, can you please address the same question from your experience in South Caucasus and Azerbaijan, but also from your previous experience in China and Singapore, please.
The experience that I want to say to you right now is quite unique in terms of single window development, because the Caspian Sea is a closed sea, and Baku port is an important logistic node along the middle corridor. And with the recent events of geopolitical crisis as well as the COVID-19, it becomes even more important for us to develop a single unified strategy of single window for the middle corridor. So going on this point, the end in mind is actually to have a regional single window. How we started was that the port started the digitalization of its operations via a port management information system. And embedded in this port management information system is the port community system. We started integrating with our stakeholders, internal stakeholders, the ADY, the railways, the customs, to get information for better planning. We got information for cargo and for trucks and for vessel announcements, as well as the next step was to integrate with the ports that we call daily, that our vessels receive and call daily, which is the Port Aktau in Kazakhstan and Port of Turkmenbashi in Turkmenistan. And that becomes our maritime single window. But as I mentioned before in my first statement, because we are part of this logistic node, this has to be evolved into a regional single window. And we are going to do that, and I'll explain further in the next question, of the architecture that's involved in what we call a e-platform of platforms.
Yes, thank you very much. From what I hear from your first statements, there's a common theme. There's a theme that, for the implementation of maritime single windows, there comes a question whether it does matter to you as architectural designers, IT architectural designers, to design a standalone maritime single window or a maritime single window embedded into the port community system or the national single window. But let's hold this question just for the Q&A session. What I would like to ask is that, because I hear from different parts of the panel that there are some other factors that need to be in place in order for the maritime single window to be a successful one. I mean, Mes has talked about the importance of collaboration. So if I had to ask this same question, let's say to you, Matthew, just to shuffle up the rotation, what do you think are the most important factors for successful implementation of the maritime single window? And this could be some of the elements that Pascal elaborated in his panel, like the legal regulatory framework, some institutional, but also from an architectural point of view, what needs to be in place in order to ensure that, at least to maximize the possibilities of a successful implementation. Thank you.
So we've heard before lunch this morning about the importance of the as Martin Humphreys described it, the analog, all the stuff that's not digital, and I think we would all agree that that is super important. This is less about a difficult technical implementation and all about the change management, getting the stakeholders on board, the coalition of the willing, building the trust. Those are so important, and I don't think we can overemphasize that those are the things that you have to get right. Building on that, from an architectural perspective, what are the things that I think are important to think about? So I think a key one is about that sharing of data and how you enable that. And one of the speakers this morning very wittily talked about everybody wants to share data apart from their own data, which I will certainly remember for the future as a quote. But I think it's important from an architectural perspective to think about how you can achieve that. And one of the things to think about is what are the things that you can share in a port community system that perhaps you can't share in a maritime single window. So you'll see on the diagram behind us that the port community system is in that private part of the diagram. And by placing those types of services within the private part of the diagram, then you can allow the private sector to manage that sharing of data between the different stakeholders, both the private stakeholders and also the public stakeholders. So an example of that from my own experience would be that we have the cargo manifest sits in the port community system, and we are then able to create the business rules that we agree with the community around how that data is shared in a way that government would just never be able to do. And that sharing of data enables efficiency of both regulatory processes to enable the customs clearance of the cargo and also operational processes. So I think number one is about thinking how you're going to share the data and where is the best place for that to go. I think my second architectural thing to emphasize would be to think really hard about how you're going to reuse the systems that are already there. Don't try and create something massive that's going to solve everybody's problems, because you'll probably solve nobody's problems and everybody will be unhappy, but rather take an approach where you say, well, we already have these various different digital systems in our ecosystem. How can we make sure that those continue to do the good jobs, hopefully, that they are doing, and how can they be integrated together in an effective way? So be really focused on how can we reuse effectively what's there and choose an architecture that supports that.
Thank you for that. I also have the feeling that some of the countries that at least the World Bank is working on from the developing world, they get very excited about these new solutions, and they jump right away into the implementation without really thinking what they have in place, as you said, right? And how to structure a system that fits within the existing digital ecosystem. So I think that's your main point here.
I think so, yes, because you don't want to destroy the value that you have, and I think you're also going to create barriers to adoption if you're saying to some of your key stakeholders, oh, you need to get rid of these things that you've spent your life building. That's never going to work. So we need to embrace the things that are good and the good work that people have done.
Excellent, thank you. So Sana, same question in the context of your experience, and you explained to us how the evolution of the maritime single window and how it was developed and then maybe scaled up. So is there any difference in terms of the building blocks or success factors, the way that Matthew elaborated? What's your experience?
Yes, I would say that I totally agree that the sharing the data is very much the key for the successful national single window and maritime single window implementation with the architecture. And I would like to also elaborate a little bit how you can facilitate that. So I think that it's true that the change management and all these factors that were mentioned, that they are very important. But how do you do that? How do you foster that? How do you concretely do that? It means that you actually need to have a trusted leader. You need to be able to have a leader which is able to facilitate the discussion and bring to the table also the authorities from the public side, but also the private sector organizations on the same table to discuss about it. And it can be also done with the PCS, that the private data is on that side. But in Finland, we have actually this national single window. The platform is owned by the government, but it enables these value-added services for the private sector to be built on top of that and share also the private sector data in there. And I think that then when you have gathered the organizations together, you need to also have some ways to facilitate the sharing, because the trust needs rules. And in Finland, we have actually created this type of fair data economy sharing policy that we are using, and it allows for all the organizations to have the similar rules how to actually share the data, and that kind of like helps to create the trust and bring the mutual value for all the stakeholders. So those would be at least to mention. And then, of course, I would say that overall this kind of API kind of approach is important, so that you can have more like flexible type of architectures So you can build also in the future more these private added value services on top of the regulatory parts.
Excellent. Thank you. Messi, you have elaborated in your previous answer on the importance of collaboration, and I think everybody is online with that. I mean, we have an agreement. I wonder, in interest of time as well, whether the European countries have an advantage, given the fact that they do have a regional legal framework to work with vis-à-vis the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, to be honest, it might be an advantage. We come from a European directive where most member states already did a lot of work, and we're now working towards a regulation where we, well, are forced to do some work. And that is really a big driver in getting digitized, in sharing data. What is, from my perspective, hindering us maybe a little bit in Europe is, well, Sanna is looking at it a bit differently, but data sharing is not always made easy by the European regulations. The regulations are really focused on business to government information, well, not even sharing, but providing, making sure you fulfill all the requirements. But then you need to reuse that information for, well, all kinds of other purposes, operational, business-to-business purposes, making sure your port operates as smoothly as possible. And that's not always easy. So you need to find also there the right, well, legal environment to make the data sharing possible. So I'm very interested in how Finland does that, because that can really be a good ground for other European member states and, well, the rest of the world to focus on.
Okay, great. Maybe you can take this discussion after this panel. But I'm wondering, you know, Joanna, whether there are any other factors apart the ones that we have already discussed that you think are important for our audience to know. I mean, we tend to say in the World Bank that you cannot do a project if you don't have the ownership from the government. Here we have a potential project that includes different parts of the government, right? How do you see this? You see this as a challenge or as an opportunity, as an enabling factor? How did you deal in the Peru project?
In Peru, when we design the new version of in general national single window, the new version national single window is BUSE 2.0 project. Well, it's a project financed by IDB, it's no bank, it's for International Development Bank. We need first establishment a legal strong framework. It's basic. This legal framework is necessary to coordinate with all authorities participating in this national single window. And in this legal framework, it's necessary to include all the scopes or delimitate the scopes or each component, no? For port component, it's a maritime single window, PCS, the port community systems, and the national single window per se. For example, the maritime single windows, in Peru, is the platform provides, it is the platform to maritime agents for compliance the different formalities required by different authorities in the reception, stay, and dispatch of vessels. In this design, it's necessary to take a note. In Peru, we have a large coast. We have different maritime ports. Each port have a different works a different type of cargo. For example, one is for containers, other is for general cargo, other are mixed, other is for fuel, for petroleum. It's different, no? But the maritime single window is for all of them because it's focused on the vessel and formalities and documents of vessels. It's not focused on the cargo. The maritime single window is focused on vessels. And it's for national scope. No? The port community system, it's a platform, and the maritime single window is focused in the is B2G, no, business to government. The maritime agent or other users needs compliance the different formalities to authorities. And in case of port community system is focused on the port because each port, which type of cargo, each port have a different reality, and it's necessary to understand and study each port per se, no? Each port with different actors, relation between actors, a process, a business to business process, business to government process, etc. And design PCS for each port. Entonces, the face to the user, the final user in each port, maybe in Peru, is the PCS. Yeah, and face to authority, to officials, to different authority, it's a maritime single window. And the platform, the big platform supported, for example, the maritime single window is a national single window because provides infrastructure, a legal framework, provides the different tools. I talk about the tools before, no? Identity, a platform, payment platform, because the maritime agent needs to pay for formalities, no? Different fees to authorities, no? For reception, pay a fee, maybe for landing car, pay other fee to migration authority, and the platform needs to system with supported this payment, electronic notifications, electronic file, because today it's important, management and electronic file, another replacement to a stamp for a digital signature, other functionalities as business intelligence, learning tools, etc. Entonces, it's necessary in the legal framework establishment clarify what is the scope for each platform and allows the platform work together and collaborate between us. No? What information is management one platform, what information is sent to other platform, what time is necessary establishment in the legal framework.
Joanna, sorry to cut you off. If you had to describe in one word, one element that if you didn't have it, the project would not be successful, what that will be? In one word.
Maybe the establishment, the governance in PCS, because the PCS is a neutral platform, it's not necessary operate or management by government. It's necessary establishment a group or a port community, port community for management the platform, because it's a neutral platform.
So it's more or less along the lines of the other panelists. So that's also important to confirm that.
Yeah.
Moving to Eugene, I would like to slightly modify my question, because you do have a lot of experience in terms of developing regional projects. So when it comes to regional projects, which require a lot of coordination among countries, how do you think that these building blocks we're talking about change or maybe not change? What is your opinion? What needs to be in place when in the context of regional digital projects?
I think first of all, to look at the processes, and from there you get the functional requirements. From functional requirements, then you determine the data types to be exchanged, and then you get architecture. Okay, that's a simple theory. But in theory, I think when you talk about the middle corridor, you're talking about cross-border, you're talking about commercial deals, you're talking about different custom procedures, you're talking about different PCS embedded in the cross-border among the countries. So how do you solve this problem? You must have architecture that allow members to come in and push this information to the different systems. For example, I have a request. My request is this. I'm a freight forwarder. I want to ship a container from Xiamen to Baku. Okay, I want to go in through a single window system that I push this request out. I want to get an offer, and from the offer, I'll know the rates, and the system will allow me to whether to confirm these rates or not from the various offers that come in. So, assuming that is possible, what does the architecture looks like? This architecture will be all the different systems that the freight forwarders have will be embedded in this architecture. The different PCS the country has will be embedded in this architecture. And then you have all those state agencies will have their own systems, because recently on the panel, you have heard that there are different stages of the systems. And then how are you going to integrate with them? So this is what I call a platform of platforms. It does not mandate a platform for the members, but instead allows them to pursue and implement their own digital transformations and simply plug into platforms of platforms to produce and consume services and data. So in a sense, this platform is also scalable. We have worked on this concept for the last 2 years with World Bank and OSCE. It all started with what I mentioned earlier, was the simple digitization of port processes which the PCS was embedded in. And now we are going to follow through with them. We are going to have recent discussions with the Ministry of Digitization and Transport with Azerbaijan, and hope the best will come out of it.
Okay. Thank you, Eugene. Just to follow up, going to the next round of and final question. Do you, and I think it's a fair question to ask as a final question. I mean, do you think that it is, at the end of the day, important what kind of approach you will take in terms of the architecture of the system to reap the benefits of the maritime single window the way they were articulated in the previous panel? So, I mean, does it matter whether we go for a standalone maritime single window or embedded into the PCS or national single window, or it really depends, you know, on some factors?
I think for us in the context of where Port Baku is and how it operates in the region, it does not, the name does not really mean much to us. It's more of the functionalities, right? This architecture must take care of all the application systems that is in the middle corridor that is different and their integration requirements. That's the most important part of this facet of the architecture. And coming to that is also the concerns of cybersecurity,
which I think we have touched upon in different panels,
yes,
but it will be also discussed in the next one, right? Okay.
Yes.
Great. I will ask the same question to the rest of you. Maybe we'll start with you, Matthew. Is it really important, you know, in terms of architectural design, to think about standalone or embedded systems?
I think, yes, it is really important. And I think my message would be it's going to be different for different countries. It's not going to be one size fits all, different countries and different regions. And I think two factors. The first is, as I said earlier on, to reuse what you already have is really, really important, and to build on what you have. I think the second is to think about it in a way that enables the development of that digital ecosystem around it. So your maritime single window should not be the solution for everybody's problems. It needs to be very focused on what it will do, but then to have an architecture that enables the development of particularly private sector services around that. And I think the model that my colleague on the panel here has been describing around the delivery and consumption of services is a very interesting model, and I look forward to hearing about that some more.
So, yes, thank you for that. Sana, same question to you. And I was also wondering, you know, whether you would recommend the method of piloting before, you know, developing full-fledged the whole system, because this is something that comes from your experience, and could be possibly useful for some of the countries that we work on. Thank you.
Thank you, Hercules. And I do very much agree with Matthew's approach, so I wanted to just add that. Yes, piloting, if I focus on that, definitely I would say that it's good to, in addition to have, in the beginning, have a very clear vision of what you are creating as a conceptual level. But also after that, when you have described the artifacts, start to do as much as possible data-driven proof of concepts so that you can test around in a miniature version with some of the processes, some of the selected processes, which might be the most easiest ones to start. So you can have like low-hanging fruits even for the results and test if it actually works in the way that it was planned. So definitely for that, more like an agile process.
Excellent. Yes?
Yeah, I can certainly add to that. Looking at your development phase, start as soon as possible by bringing your ideas into production, by testing it, whether you call it pilot or whether you call it an early release. Make sure that people start using it, start trusting it, but also giving you feedback. One of the agile adagios is fail fast. Yes. Well, if you fail, do it fast, do it in the beginning, because then you can still correct. Don't come up with all kinds of grand ideas for where we want to be in 10 years, because in 2 years your project plan will already be outdated. So keep improving, keep changing, and do that every day of the week, basically.
Yeah, great point. Thank you. Joanna, how important is to manage the expectations, given also that technology changes very fast and it's really hard to keep up with? It's like trying to shoot a moving target.
Yes, it's necessary. Yes, manage the expectation, because the needs of the different type of actors, it may be variety, the scope, the each platform. No, it's necessary clarify again. It's necessary clarify the scope and development very quickly, because the technology advantage, the new platform, the new needs appears in the time. Yes, before it's not necessary, for example, explore the information, create the systems for BI or other types of elements, artificial intelligence, or other types. But now it's necessary to incorporate these elements or digital transformation. For example, work with drones, sensor, different types of information for different type of services. It's very quickly they appear. Necessary establishment, the platform, improve continuously. I think this.
Great. Thank you very much. So I think in this question we also have a consensus. I'll be summarizing at the end of the session, but I think maybe we can take a couple of questions if we have the time. We can start with one right now. I see the gentleman from Nigeria raising his hand. So can you please introduce yourself and ask your question? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Abdulkader Gusso from Nigerian Port Authority. I would like to ask Matthew this question. You've all mentioned that technology is evolving, and there has been lots of progress in the community network system. Our own stage, the stage we are at now, IMO has really tried, because they have sent some consultants to Nigeria. They have done all the necessary formalities for the processes for community network system. I think they have done the first stage, the second step too. in the, the third and the fourth stage are what we are looking towards to. Of course, the single window is being handled by the Nigerian Customs Service. So hopefully by the time we are done with the community network system, like you mentioned, UK has been having it for quite some time. They have gone really far, for decades. So what is our status? Because by the time we get the same community system that they have been using for ages, that means we'll be far, far left behind. So, are we really going to be enjoying the benefits of the position they are really in, or they are going to be in very soon? You understand the question? Whether, because, we are just coming in with it. We are just going to start using it. By the time we are done with it, they must have gone for decades. They have been using it for a very long time, and it's going to be like an old system, some sort of.
So I think if I can attempt to summarize your question, it is you're saying, how do you make sure that any implementation that you make of a maritime single window environment with port community system and other systems is as relevant as possible and ready for the future as possible? I'll offer two suggestions. My first would be that you will have the benefit of many decades of experience across the world of implementing port community systems and maritime single windows. Great work by IPCSA, of which there are lots of members in the room, many of them sitting on your right over there, work by the World Bank and other UN agencies. So I think you can benefit from that experience. My second suggestion would be to make sure that you then adopt the standards that are there, because that is the benefit of that experience. And my third would be to look to the future and to be, as part of Maritime Single Windows and other digital initiatives that are happening globally, to look to future-proof your implementations. Not to implement everything on day one, but to have a roadmap that looks to the future. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer.
Agreed.
I think it was addressed to you, Matthew, unless any other questions from the audience? The gentleman at the back, I cannot see your card, unfortunately. Can you introduce yourself and state the country you're coming from?
Adam Imorayana is my name, and I'm from Ghana. I don't know if it's a question or it's a contribution, because what I hear from one panelist talking of a regional system, and then I hear national systems. I'm sure very soon we are going to be looking at global systems. Shouldn't this be put up front so that anyone developing would have that future view? Otherwise, people, we'll get to that period and everybody will be scrambling again. Do you get my...
I think I can. I can also try to answer, if I may, if this is a question, and then maybe I will pass it over to Eugene for his insights. So I think that you're absolutely right. We're talking about national systems, port community systems, maritime single windows, national single windows, and then this thing explodes, right? We start exchanging data on a regional level, and then it becomes on a global level. And at the end of the day, I guess your point is that we'll be sharing everybody with everybody data. So we might as well start with something big, and start collaborating on a global level, rather than starting very low and climbing our way up. If that's my understanding. So in terms of how the technology goes, I mean, we cannot predict the future, but I think this is where it's going. And we have a couple of examples where port community systems already exchange data and information. So this gives you a sense of where this thing is going. At the same time, port community systems are still, maritime single windows, I mean, it could be embedded into a port community system. They're still developed on a national level, right? So in order for them to be part of a regional initiative, they need to be national first, right? And then regional, and then global. So I wouldn't, this is also part of the argument that was discussed before, you know, how to manage your expectations and how to start small and then scale up as you go. I wouldn't necessarily recommend, I wouldn't discourage you of thinking big, but I wouldn't recommend that, you know, you're thinking of, you know, developing a system, for instance, in Ghana, and then start thinking of how can connect with the rest of the world, but because there's a lot of work really that needs to be put in place before these systems become operational. Some of the items that our panelists discussed today, you know, how do you ensure that the port and maritime stakeholders talk to each other? How you ensure that they have a common vision about sharing data? How data sharing will be implemented? I mean, you have technicalities, legal issues in place. I mean, all these need to be addressed. So I would start on a national level, but keeping an eye of what's happening in the region and globally. If you know, that's my humble contribution. But you know, maybe Eugene can elaborate since he's working on a regional project.
I'd like to again bring back into a context of Port Baku and where it operates, which is in the middle of the middle corridor. I just give you an example. We have a port management information system, fully digitized between the port. So we can pass information freely, digitize it into our own units within the port. Recently, because of the recent geopolitical events, the middle corridor has become more than an alternative corridor. People look at it that one day it will become the norm. Okay, and with respect to the northern corridor, which transits cargo from China via Russia to Europe, Eastern Europe. So what happened was that we had an influx of cargo. We had more than 1,000 containers, even more, I think, 2,000 containers lying in the port. We couldn't get it out. We are not a big port like PSA, you know, like those big China ports. So every part of our facility was filled with cargo. But we were efficient. We were pushing the ships out within 24 hours. We're getting more cargo, and we couldn't bring the cargo out. Why? Because the information to be transferred out, to be needed by the railway operators, by the borders in the next country, Georgia, for example, or Turkey, was not there. So planning cannot be done. So it is, when we talk about single window in our context, we are actually starting from the basis of a national single window in Azerbaijan, which is the single building block, to be connected to other windows in other countries in a platforms. That's why I brought this concept out of a platforms, where if you have your window, and I have my window, and I have my own PCS, and Aktau has own PCS, Temanbashi has own, okay, put it in the platform, okay? But the data, one of the key things was how is data going to be shared? So this platform does not own any data, but it connects. It has, earlier on in one of the speakers mentioned about APIs. It's sort of API, the interface, that if I need some source of information from Temanbashi or from Aktau to know the location of the container and how much the port charges. And if a freight forwarder is also part of this platform, they can offer me. I can bid for a service, they will offer me for a service. And after that, this platform has also the ability to track and trace cargo through the different countries by integrating with the various PCS that is embedded or part of this system that is so-called built for the regional corridor.
Thank you very much, but I think maybe you answered me, but what I'm saying is the end game is that there's going to be a global system. And since some of the participants or the panel members said, technology changes very fast. So if people are developing and they don't have that end game in sight, then they might start with a certain system that would not have the capability when we get there. That's where I'm driving at. So that statement should be made clearly by IMO that maybe the end game is a global system. So whatever you are doing in your own small way, think towards the future, not to get there now, but so that that system could have that capability.
I think we all have the same vision. I think the end game, what you put as a single system, yes, it's doable because we have the standards in place, right? If everybody adopts the standards, the ISO standards, UN artifact messages standards, XML messages, everybody has that. It makes possibility of a unified single global system, but that takes time. That takes contracts to be agreed between the players, and that's the hard part. I mean, we took a few years to discuss contracts with Aktau and Tekmenbashi on a G2G level before they agreed that, okay, let's digitize. Even then, the work is not ended. We're still going on. So that takes a lot of time.
Thanks, Eugene. I think you've given me a very good football pass to conclude our session. If it's a very quick question, yes, we'll take it. Yeah, please. But expect a quick answer also.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I should just thank the panelists for very insightful.
Please introduce yourself, country you're from.
Phineas Awene from Namibia. Yes, thank you to the panelists for a very insightful discussion. My quick question is, what are the panelists' views on the implications of the latest amendments on countries that have not ratified the FAL Convention? Thank you.
Who wants to? One will pick it up. Who wants to pick it up? No? Maybe somebody from the IMO would like to pick it up?
Yes, that's a difficult one.
I will try. I will try to say a few words, and if I say something that IMO doesn't like, they can correct me. So, I think there are no implications. I mean, so the FAL Convention is mandatory, and we have a date, correct? But at the end of the day, this is I think an incentive for all countries to implement the provisions of the FAL Convention, and it's an opportunity to design and implement maritime single windows. But I think the right approach is not to view the maritime single window as a compliance project, let's call it this way, but that's as an opportunity to start entering into the digital era of maritime and port logistics. So as long as countries, decision makers, stakeholders, maritime and port stakeholders, look at it as an opportunity to start thinking about the digital solutions at the port and maritime and move away from the compliance component, which is real, it exists. But this will, free their mind in order to start having a vision about, how their maritime and port sector would look like in the new era. So in my mind, it's not a matter of compliance, it's a matter of opportunity for all the countries present here, but all the countries that are participating through the internet, to start thinking about this process. I don't see anybody objecting to it, so I'm going to take this. It was a good answer to your question, and I hope you're happy with it. But please allow me to say a few words about what I think were the most important takeaways of this session, and also would like to thank you for your participation. Thank you, the audience. So I think that we have concluded that the maritime single window can be either a standalone or embedded into port community systems or national single windows. It doesn't matter. Whatever exists in the environment of a specific port. Therefore, it could be developed as a greenfield project or as a brownfield project. But the approach that will be taken may influence its architecture. But regardless of the model, it should be designed in a way to fulfill its overarching goal, and which is what? It's to share information between ship and shore. So regardless of the technical solution will be applied, as long as it fulfills this goal, I think we are on the right track. The second point I would like to recapture is the maritime single window architecture should take under consideration functionalities and technology of the existing port logistics system, something that Matthew elaborated a lot. And in order to avoid overlaps and duplications, and we have to accept the fact that nowadays most ports around the world they have some sort of digital systems in place, and we have to respect them. We have to make sure that to add value to them, not discard them. So customization and fitness to existing digital ecosystems will maximize the benefits, as discussed in previous panels, but also minimize the cost of maritime single window projects. And last but not least, the maritime architecture is affected by upstream preparatory actions, reforms, aiming at the improvement of the enabling environment, legal, regulatory, institutional collaboration between the stakeholders, identifying a champion who will take the ownership of the project. This is very, very important. We discussed the participation of the port community throughout the design and implementation stages, and we also concluded that missing to address the soft side, the analog side, as Martin mentioned in the morning, of digital infrastructure may lead to design compromises and implementation delays. So with this, on this note, I would like to conclude this session. I would like to thank the panelists for taking the time to discuss with us their insights and experiences, and the audience for your attendance. There will be a coffee break for the next 30 minutes on the 4th floor, correct? And stay tuned for the final session, which will talk about interoperability, very much connected with the session that we just discussed. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're about to start the fourth panel. Okay, everyone, I would like to now introduce panel 4, which is interoperability, understanding how to apply robust industry standards to harmonise electronic data exchange. It's moderated by Mr. Jeppe Juul, who's the Manager of Maritime Safety and Security at BIMCO. Mr. Juul has been working with BIMCO for the past 12 years. He is actually a naval architect by education and has worked with maritime digitalisation, port efficiency, ship-shore interface and data exchange since 2015. So, Jeppe, over to you.
That is, yes. Thank you, Tamara. Thank you for the kind introduction. And welcome back to the audience. This is indeed the last session for today, covering the technical aspects of a successful implementation of the Maritime Single Window. Before I introduce my panel of this session, I think I will put a few words to capture the content we are discussing at this session. The concern is about the interoperability and the need for harmonizing the electronic data exchange between the ship and shore, and also the vice versa between the shore and ship, because we need to have data sent to and from the ship. Before I go there, I think it is fair to say that BIMCO is representing just around the 60–62% of the world fleet tonnage. We consist of local and global, small and large companies, and we represent just about 2,000 members in 130 countries. And we have been founded for more than 120 years. And with this in mind, I will continue because we actually have a say at the end of my very little introduction. The global maritime industry in general is constantly evolving, that is for sure, and new technologies are emerging at many levels, which enables more efficient and more secure data exchange between the ship, the port, the authorities, and the stakeholders, all actors in the port call process. In the past, at least, we exchanged loads of paper copies in order for us to have the clearance of the ship, whatever that means in general understanding. But the requirements of tomorrow will facilitate smart exchange of information. We need to ensure a level of interoperability between the maritime single windows, and that may reduce the burden which we have paid by exchanging the paper copies in the past, but only if all actors are involved in the process. So what does this interoperability mean? Well, hopefully the answer will come across after this session. At least I have prepared a good answer on that, and I hope my good panel will help me to answer that to the benefit of you. But increased digitalization and data sharing also means that the maritime industry will have to manage an increased cyber risk, something we haven't discussed at this point in time. And we have to acknowledge our new position of vulnerability, whether we like it or not. It is necessary to conduct a careful evaluation of the cyber risk and the potential consequences by finding best ways of preventing and mitigating this cyber risk. BIMCO is what we say the practical voice of shipping, and we have been very vocal on this matter, and this is where I kept you reminded that we represent some of the world fleet. We wish to harmonize and ensure that we have this interoperability between platforms in order for us to exchange digital information in a smart way between the maritime single windows and the maritime platforms which may come up in the future. In such way that the ships can have a smooth and an easy interface with the digital platforms across the world. At the end of the day, I have to say that without the shipping digital input, the various maritime single windows will receive absolutely nothing, and it is worth nothing implementing the maritime single window. In the past, at least, there have been many attempts of establishing this maritime or a maritime single window, and mainly it has been a top-down approach, saying that we have a vision for a concept and let's see whether that will fly. However, with the IMO compendium in place, we have a much stronger bottom-up approach by providing the actually building stone for a strong and harmonized digital platform, having the same language, so to speak, and having the modules for establishing a smooth and smart communication upwards. The compendium contains exactly these data structures. It's a catalog of data elements which may be passed across actors. So we believe that global collaboration is key to success, in particular if we want to realize a full operational benefit of digitalization at this point in time. I at least have been looking very much forward to discuss this matter together with the panelists, and I have a few present just here, and we have 3 more virtually, which I will present in a very short time. And we are so fortunate that we make use of these knowledgeable actors at the panel to help me answering some of the good topics. I will now introduce my panel, and I will start by introducing Ernulf, sitting to my right side, your left, and I just need to find my introduction on my computer. Here it is. Ernulf Jan Rødseth has worked with maritime digitalization and automation since 1995. That's long ago. He participates in international standardization through the ISO TC8, the IEC TC80, and also IMO, and is particularly interested in digitalization and automation of routine administrative reporting between ship and shore. I'm very glad that Ernulf had the opportunity to be in the panel today because he's very knowledgeable. If you like, can you put a few words to my little introduction before I present the others?
Thank you. I also had, I didn't have black hair, but I had darker hair at some point in time. And I'm here for the drinks, of course. But anyway, I think it has been a very interesting meeting, a lot of very good input. But as also Jeppe is hinting on, we really have to look at ships and the ship's role in the maritime digitalization we see now. And that is also what I think we need to emphasize here. The previous panel also talked about the need to be flexible locally and making APIs and getting things to work. And that is very good, and we need to do that. But once you get ships traveling in international trade into the business, you really need to have internationally accepted standards. It's absolutely necessary. We have more than 8,000 ports with international ship calls, and we cannot have a situation where we get even 100 standards. It will not work. So that's one point. Really emphasize the need for standards where ships are involved. And it's not only ships, but it's also the international, both the ship management owner and the charterer and also some of the cargo owners that needs to get into this picture, and which also needs international standards. Locally, you can do whatever you like. I won't worry, and I really encourage it. But internationally, do that. The other point I also think we need to emphasize is that what we are looking for when we drag ships into this process is automation on board. We don't want the crew on the ship sitting and punching data and stuff like that. That's not what we are looking for. We want automated processes where the voyage planning automatically sends the necessary information to the VTS or the reporting system or the maritime signal window, so that the crew also is spared the burden of all this administrative work. And that not only requires protocol, but that also requires digital signatures, because now we have to make sure that we can authenticate the message. We have to check the integrity of the message. And this is another aspect of cybersecurity that is often overseen. There's a lot of emphasis on putting in this antivirus and all that stuff, protecting and so on. But we also need to look at the message exchanges. And it's not sufficient to just use a secure data link. You also need to sign this digitally.
Thank you, Ernolf. Actually, you have answered some of the questions which I haven't put at you, but it's always good to be on the front end of the situation. Next panel is virtual from France. Hanana Bekan is the Vice Chair of the Transport and Logistic Domain, representing the community of members and contributors on the UN CFACT. And UN CFACT, for those of you who can't remember, is a subsidiary intergovernmental body under the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, the UNECE. Hanana is an international standard developer since 2006 and is an active participant in international standard development organizations, including the UN CFACT, the IMO Expert Group on Data Harmonization, and the ISO TC8, like Ernolf, and also at the DCSA, which we have representation to my left, Thomas Backe. We will come back to DCSA later. Her focus is driving innovation for logistics, and Hanana is having a PhD and a Master of Science in Computer Science from University of Ottawa in Canada. Hanana, if you can hear us, hopefully you can, will you put a few comments to your interesting curriculum, please?
Good afternoon, Jeppe. Glad to be here with you even virtually today.
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
That's wonderful. So UN CFACT is really a sister organization of IMO, both of us under UN. And I would like simply to emphasize that UN CFACT's principal focus is to facilitate national and international multimodal transactions through the simplification and harmonization of processes, procedures, and information flows, thus contributing to the growth of global commerce. So UN CFACT promotes and supports electronic data exchange using standardized data models.
Fantastic. Thank you, Hanana. Next one is also a virtual panelist, Juan Diego Chavaria is a technical officer in the Compliance and Facilitation Directorate of the World Customs Organization, the WCO. He is mainly involved in the VCO data model, WCO data model, the single window, and coordinated border management. Juan joined WCO and has been working 7 years for both Costa Rica single window and a foreign trade promotion agency in Costa Rica, in charge of the creation and re-engineering of the process carried out through this maritime single window and its interoperability with the Central, South and North America and Europe. And Juan, are you on the line?
Yes, hopefully you can hear me.
Fantastic, I do. Would you put a little statement to my introduction?
Of course. Well, thank you, Jeppe. First and foremost, on behalf of the WCO, I want to thank the invitation to participate in this magnificent symposium. It is an honor to share the stage, even though it is a digital stage for me, with the distinguished colleagues of this panel. Maritime transport is an essential mode of transportation as it shares a large portion of the traffic and cross-border cargo worldwide. Therefore, it is critical to ensure the efficiency of maritime border processes to enhance their overall performance. From the WCO perspective, the continuous work on international standards is a key factor in the harmonization work for interoperability, the streamlining, the parallel flow of goods and flow of information, and to avoid possible bottlenecks in the process by generating a smooth flow of information between the numerous stakeholders, which is essential for trade facilitation.
Thank you, Juan. Very good statement and amendments to my introduction. Next in the panel is Thomas Bach to my very left. Thomas is CEO and Statutory Director of Digital Container Shipping Association, the DCSA, which I mentioned previously. Thomas, as CEO of DCSA, Thomas is responsible for building this strong relationship between the stakeholders in shipping and beyond, but also enabling a systematic collaboration in the container segment through technology standardization, which indeed is a very important subject. Thomas has an in-depth understanding of customers and also industry drivers, as well as the challenges in digitalizing the container shipping industry. And fortunately, Thomas, you are present. So would you add a little statement to my introduction? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeppe. I'm conscious that our organization is not 120 years old. We are almost turning 4 here in April, so we have a little bit more of a need to explain who we are. So instead of talking about what my experiences are with container shipping specifically, I want to mention our organization. The Digital Container Shipping Association is an organization that was established in 2019 by 9 of the 10 largest container carriers. And the 9 members we have, they represent 72% of the world's container trade. So it's a fairly sizable group of companies that we have. We are neutral, which means that we have no preferences for technology. We will endorse anybody that lives up to the standards. We are also non-for-profit. And anything we do, which I think is very relevant for this group here, because there's a lot of nations gathered here, anything we do is published open source. So that means that your countries, your organizations can pick it up and use it as you will, free of charge. The reason for coming together, and I'll keep this brief, but the reason for the container carriers to come together was a dire lack of standards. Our members, quite frankly, cannot even agree on the physical arrival of a vessel in port. The 9 members we had, when they started out, they had 6 different physical definitions of when a vessel had arrived in port. And if that's the level that we are starting at, there's quite far to go. I would say, though, that I am very encouraged by what I've heard today, the level of conversations, the opening statements, the experience that was shared from many of the countries that are represented here today. That really gives me, let's say, optimism for the future ahead. Thank you, Jeppe.
You're welcome. Thank you for that amendment. Next person in the panel is Nico, just next to me, Nico De Kova, who is a senior business architect in digitalization and port community projects of the Port of Antwerp. He holds a master's degree in mathematics and computer science from the University of Antwerp. And in 2011, he joined the Antwerp Port Community System. Nico is chairman of IPCSA, Standard and Technology Committee, and representative for Europe and North America in the Executive Committee of IPCSA and member of the UN CFAC of Transport and Logistic domain as well. Nico is also an expert member in the data harmonization group of the IMO. So together with many of us, Nico is sitting in that group as well. Nico, would you put a statement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jeppe, for this introduction. Based on what I heard today, I think I would add that I see a clear evolution in how we handle and exchange data. It used to be very centric, where we try as an organization or a port to have as many connections that we can have to centralize everything, and we are clearly evolving towards what we call a platform economy, and where we are trying to minimize the direct connections, but we want to maximize the number of platforms where we're connecting with. I think that's a very important evolution, and I heard very positive things about that already today. I think, yeah, we as IPCSA, we clearly want to facilitate those maritime business stakeholders, but also the governmental agencies and member states in looking towards solutions for the concept of a maritime single window. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. The last person in the panel is virtual. You can't see him, but he is here, Thomas, or you can see it at the screen. Thomas is attending from abroad as he is sitting in the US Coast Guard. Thomas has worked as a senior level US civilian employee for more than 20 years in the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and currently manage the US Coast Guard Cyber Command Marine Transportation Cyber Threat Reduction Program. It's a fairly long name. I hope I got it right, Thomas. Thomas obtained a bachelor degree in electrical engineering from the University of Michigan and holds a master's degree of business administration in Homeland Security and Strategic Intelligence. Thomas, like the other panelists, if you want to put a few more words to my introduction, feel free to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the invite. Our Commandant, Admiral Fagan, thanks the IMO for the invite as well and the opportunity to speak. So I work in the Office of Cyberspace Forces for the Coast Guard. We support the United States Coast Guard Cyber Command, which works in collaboration with U.S. Cyber Command. We focus primarily on maritime cyber, protecting our maritime, our marine transportation system in the U.S. And our Commandant, having a career of working maritime throughout the world and throughout the U.S., is a strong advocate of international engagements and partnerships. She's a strong advocate within the IMO, as I think everyone who's engaged with her knows. Our office primarily has a multiple-pronged approach of engagement with international collaboration. And we help to build these partnerships to further execute that cyber strategy that the Commandant issued. And under that, we have 3 lines of effort that we use to hopefully mitigate some of the cyber threats to the marine domain. We try to defend and operate in our mission platform with DoD, like most other governments do, and some private industry. We also primarily want to come up with the best practices for identifying, mitigating cyber threats to the marine transportation system. That's domestically and it's also internationally. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we're operating in a safe and secure manner throughout cyberspace. We want to make sure we have a protected network and that we are ensuring, like was mentioned before, harmonization of digital signatures, basic security steps so that our cybersecurity is optimal at all times. And we hope that by working with other agencies, other countries, we can build a better security for the global marine transportation system. There's a lot in play. We all know that cybersecurity challenges in the maritime domain change constantly. So it behooves us to work together and collaboratively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, for sure, we have a very insightful and knowledged panel, and I think we should make use of that to the extent possible. So I at least have a number of questions to my panelists, and at the end of the session we will also see if some of you have questions to the panel as well. But firstly, I think I will turn towards Hanana and asking the question about standards in general, international standards, and how important it is to have international standards, and why you have to have these internationally accepted standards as a prerequisite for the success of implementing such a maritime single window, which we have discussed today. I think it's very important for us to understand why standards and international robust standards are a prerequisite and necessary. Hanana, could you provide us with some insight? Yeah. Okay, while Hanana is preparing herself and getting online, we actually see Hanana. Hanana, can you unmute? Yep. Yeah. Okay. I think it's actually a very important question. So I will open the same question. Ernulf, will you probably take it and answer the same?
I think I more or less answered it before.
Oh yeah.
But it's also a question of we will probably face a few standards. I think hopefully not very many. But what we see is that EDIFACT, for instance, the traditional EDIFACT is extremely well established in the container business and some of the other liner shippings. And we should, as was said earlier today, not throw out the child with the water. We need to really keep what is working in place. Then we have in ISO, where I'm sitting, we are developing a new series of standard, 28005, and that is kind of meant to fill in the gaps that we still have with EDIFACT standards. So I expect those two standards to at least be something we have to consider. And I think also UNECE, but that they can talk about themselves, are also planning XML transition from EDIFACT to more modern formats. So we will probably have some few standards, but that's also the point of the IMO compendium. We have already established semantic interoperability between all these standards, so it's not a big problem to have them. So standards, yes, but we may have to have more than one.
Yeah, super. Thomas, DCSA represents, as you said, the largest container shipping companies, and from your perspective and with regard to your members, are you seeing the same challenge, or what is the most challenging things by creating interoperable ecosystems or having standards in place which may need to be used by the players among your companies?
Well, I think it's wise sometimes to perspectivize and take a step back. Now I didn't bring my mobile phone, but I think the mobile phone is actually a great example of why we need international standards. For those that are old enough to remember going to the US in the early 2000s, or Japan for that matter, you had to change your phone when you arrived because the network standards weren't harmonized. If you're even older, you may also remember that there were credit cards that didn't work in certain shops because you had to walk around and find the sign that said Diners Club or American Express at the time. But all that has been harmonized. And I think that those are excellent examples of where standards are there today. You could also go to the software industry and say the exchange of files between Mac and Windows 20 years ago wasn't possible because there was no interoperability, but that's also solved today. So in most parts of our daily lives as consumers, and I realize this is not what we're talking about here, but it's worthwhile to take that lens and look through that lens when we talk standards. We have interoperability. And that's why I don't want to preempt Hanan coming online, of course, and steal all of her time. But standards are incredibly important because they facilitate frictionless trade in the example of what we are doing. And they enable better quality, they reduce cost, and they create a much, much, much better customer experience. So that's why it's important for us. And you asked also, Jeppe, about the challenge. And I think the challenge is dramatic. I was reading a study from the global consulting company McKinsey. They have a industry digitalization index. And the maritime industry is number 19 out of 22 in terms of digitalization. And we can look at, I mentioned telco, finance. We do most of our banking sitting from home, even if it's commercial banking. We talk retail. There are many, many industries where standards have enabled a completely different customer experience, removed cost, removed friction, and I think that's something that is critically important. So the challenge for our members, quite fundamentally, is the embarking on the journey, and that was a decision they took when they established us almost 4 years ago. I think as I said earlier in my opening part here, I am very encouraged by what I hear, both from countries, but also from commercial players, from the Federal Maritime Commission, from the EU. It's the right dialogues we're having, but we have a long way to go.
A very interesting perspective. I'm tempted to ask more or less the same question to Juan. How do World Customs organizations see the need for these kind of standardized elements, and how do World Customs organization try to chip in to the overall standard party, if I may, in such a way that the Maritime Single Window can make use of the standards they are developing? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the World Customs Organization, as other international organizations, plays a crucial role in promoting the development of international standards for the maritime single window. As we have seen through the previous panels, this allows ship operators, freight forwarders, and other stakeholders to submit required information electronically to help relevant government agencies prior to the arrival or departure of a ship. This helps, of course, to streamline the clearance of processes and reduce that administrative burden on business. So our organization has been working on the WTO data model, which is a key standard for the implementation of the maritime single window that is widely adopted by member countries. The data model provides a clearly structured, harmonized, reusable set of data definitions and electronic messages that are designed to meet the operational legal requirements of customs and other cross-border regulatory agencies. This, of course, helps to ensure the interoperability of systems among business and government agencies for all modes of transportation. And by this promotion and the adoption of this standard, the WTO helps to enhance the efficiency and security of the global supply chain. The use of the WTO data model as the basis for ship-to-shore data exchange and not only help the implementation of the maritime single window, but also embraces convergence between maritime single window and trade single window. Such convergence helps to eliminate the traditional need for carriers or agents to submit data to multiple border control agencies multiple times and and this enables a harmonized data sharing and interoperability. In addition to this promotion of standards, well, WCO also provides capacity building and technical assistance to its member countries to help the implementation of maritime single window standards more effectively. And this would include, of course, providing training, guidance in the use of data model itself, and to assist in the development of maritime single window systems and the integration that they can have with other existing systems. And along with this, each international organization, I believe, should encourage the interaction and contribution of its members to help the growth of this data model. Using the WCO, for example, each year we have 3 data model project teams meetings, which corresponds to the annual meeting where the WCO members gather to share their knowledge, ask for improvements or additions to the data model, and also learn and approve the newly proposed additions. As a result of this, each year we have new versions of the data model, and it's optimized based on the needs of members and the acceptance of themselves, so that the model can effectively be expanded. Just to finish, I believe that through this effort, WCO helps to ensure the continuity of the evolution of standards applied to the maritime single window, and taking into account the future needs and, let's say, trends of the industry by enhancing the IMO compendium as one of the 3 main organizations involved in the development of this standards for electronic exchange of information through the FAL Convention, and the WCO data model to implement these standards in a harmonized manner based on international standards. This helps to ensure that maritime single window systems are able to keep pace with changing technologies, security requirements, and many, many factors that may impact the global supply chain.
Thank you, Juan. Good explanation. Very good information passed to us in the room. At the past session, you may recall that we had this picture of the various systems, single window system relationships divided between the public and the private relation, but also split between the maritime and nautical information and the cargo and trade information. And I can't stop thinking about how can we as a shipping industry actually make sure that we can will have to interface to the right window, so to speak. So my question for Ernulf is, does this mean that we will have a number of different interfaces to the maritime single windows, or does it mean that we will have a kind of additional standard on how ships can actually interface with the maritime single windows across the globe when they are implemented? Thank you.
I think Nico may say a few words about that, because I think this is one of the roles of the port community system, actually, being kind of this integrated gateway. But just to add to your comment, the port is a kind of meeting place of lots of domains. You have the commercial, you have the cargo stuff, you have the shipping stuff, supplies to the ship. So this is also something we probably need to think about, not today perhaps, but in the near future, that we really have to also see how all this information can be integrated in a better manner. And we see it already in the IMO compendium, where, for instance, just-in-time arrival is being integrated and other stuff. So it's really a very complicated picture. Another point which goes on to how do we do standardization? A problem with the maritime domain is that it's very small. It's about 56,000 ships bigger than 1,000 ton in international trade. And we really need to cooperate to develop these standards. The standards will not develop themselves as they will with mobile phones and stuff like that. There's a kind of big ecosystem that develops it. Maritime is a small field, and we really need international cooperation for this. Sorry.
No, it's absolutely fine. And before I can see that Hanana is available now, but before I turn to Hanana, I think Ernulf is absolutely right that we can ask Nico with port community system the same question. Do we need to have different interfaces in order for shipping industry to approach whether it's a port community system, a maritime single window, or trade system, or whatever? Do we need to have a certain standard in place in such way that we can make sure that we can interface? Nico.
Yeah, thank you, Jeppe. Yeah, we're here in a session on interoperability, and okay, yeah, of course we are discussing standards and how do they relate to each other. It's in fact, when I looked it up, the definition of interoperability, well, you find a lot of them, but some say it's the ability of different systems, devices and applications to connect and communicate in a coordinated way without effort from the end user. And that's in fact what we are talking here about, really how do you communicate as systems with each other. And that brings us to standards. If you look towards maybe, yeah, let's say data standards, whether it be terminal codes, for instance, if two parties are communicating and one is using one set of codes and the other is using the other set of codes, yeah, then you need that effort from the end user because you have to maintain and manage different code sets, and that's what we are talking about here. So actually the definition of interoperability really emphasizes already the use of standards and the importance of the use of standards. And indeed, if we extrapolate that towards the maritime single window, you talking in a context of business to government regulations. But like Ernulf mentioned, also you have port authorities who are asking for data from carriers, from terminals. You also have business-to-business interactions between carriers and terminals. So if you want to start with the maritime single window, I would say just start and look towards the data that you already have there. And it might be not in your system, but in the system in your country or in a port, it should be somewhere because those stakeholders are already making use of that data. So don't get into extra burdens to the ship owners or the carriers to ask for that data again and again. But the main message and essence should be, let's look where the data is maybe already somewhere in our country or in our port. I think that's very important.
Super, thank you, Nico. I think it's fair that we go back to Hanana and allow her to answer the question about the standards, whether standards is a prerequisite for the success of implementing the maritime single window across the world, meaning that it's not only the individual country who needs, or member state who need to have standards in place, but that they will cover the whole shipping industry as such across the globe. Hanana, please.
Many thanks, Jeppe. It's working, yeah. Thank you. I would like to start by echoing the message that international standards have a crucial role to play in the trade facilitation. International standards create common communications and understanding between trading partners, enabling compatibility of the services and interoperability of the different systems and platforms, lowering trade barriers and enhancing compliance with regulations. So definitely agreeing and applying definitions to data gives meaning and transform data into information. About UNCFACT, UNCFACT has been developing electronic business exchange standards for over 4 decades. Through his rich experience, it has established a comprehensive semantic library of business terms used in international trade, which covers all aspects of the supply chain life cycle, including regulatory requirements. So basic semantic interoperability includes the party and role definitions, semantic anchors, including the definitions, for example, of consignment, which is covering the transport view, and shipment to cover the trade view. So the first one, transport view, and second one, shipment for the trade view. Common definitions promote harmonization. Ordering information with common structure promotes interoperability. To develop standards, we follow three major steps process. The first one, simplification. Second one, harmonization, and then standardization. So by simplification, we mean the process of eliminating all unnecessary data elements and duplications and formalities, process and procedures. By harmonization, we mean alignment of national procedures, operations, and documents with international conventions, standards, and practices. Standardization is really the process of developing internationally agreed on formats for practices and procedures, document, and information. So when it comes about the collaboration between IMO and UNCFAC, the IMO Fall Convention aims to facilitate maritime traffic by providing a degree of uniformity in the number of type of declarations required by public authorities when a maritime vessel enters a port. The information from these declarations has been sent electronically for many years through the combination of United Nations Electronic Data Interchange, EDI, messages for administration, commerce, and transport. So these EDIFACT messages have been already used for a little while now. On the top of the UNCFAC core component library, we have developed the following single window related recommendations. I would like to name recommendation 33, single window recommendation. Recommendation 34, data simplification and standardization for international trade. Recommendation 36, single window interoperability. Recommendation 37, single submission portals. And the last recommendation, trade information portal, which is recommendation 38. Currently, in terms of related work, we have the SWAM project, which is a new project with a single window domain, involving developing a standard methodology for assessing the level of development of the single window based on indicators. So this is basically to answer your first question, Jeppe, on the importance of standards and the role of standards.
Yeah, thank you for a very good description of why it is so that necessary for us to have standards in place. And it's very good to have you back, and thank you for that. And of course, I apologize for not being able to link to you previously. In the introduction of Tom from US Coast Guard, I mentioned as part of Tom's CV the Global Maritime Transportation System. We have in the past session heard about the port community system, we have heard about the maritime single window, and now we have this introduction of the Global Maritime Transportation System. So Tom, you need to help us. Can you describe the differences between the various different systems, or is it just different name for the same system? Thank you.
Yes, my friend. So it's a name for a different terminology. It isn't a different mechanism or process. So within the United States, especially government, Coast Guard, we refer to the entire maritime domain, whether it's commerce, military, recreational, as a marine transportation system. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit. We hate to add acronyms onto discussions, but so overall with a global MTS, of course, the U.S., the Coast Guard wants to be involved in that. We fully understand that by working together with organizations such as the IMO, and more particularly with stakeholders from other countries, that secure trade involves everybody. This revolves back to the ISPIS Code in 2004. I was involved in standing that up in the United States, so I traveled for several years on a travel team for the U.S. government. And early on, physical security was an issue, improving that. So everyone had a baseline globally. Even back in 2015, 2016, we had this discussion of cyber. How does cyber impact maritime? And no one really had a a consensual answer. It was something that really we didn't have an understanding until more recent events, and now we work in more collaboration to secure that that cyber, the secure transit of the Internet of Things that support our global trade. So within the U.S., Customs and Border Protection, as everyone knows, owns the inspection, screening of cargo. We work directly with them in all aspects. And a mandatory single window is something that the Coast Guard, we have that dialogue all the time in our ports. So the U.S. Coast Guard, as everyone knows, we have area maritime security committees that are comprised of all port stakeholders, their industry, their government, their anybody that interfaces into a port for trade or recreation, cruise ship industry is involved in it. Those are chaired by a United States Coast Guard captain of the port. These meetings are conducted monthly, and they're in every major port in the United States. So we talk everything from environmental concerns, fishing concerns, physical security, cruise ship security. And we have separate committees that set up that talk specifically of cyber. How do we address, identify, mitigate threats to the cyber network in the U.S.? And how does that interface globally through this marine transportation system that we call it in the U.S.? So a mandatory single window appeals to a lot of those stakeholders because it's secure, it's safe. If it cuts down on transmission of paperwork, it decreases delays in transit, with advance notice of arrivals for ships coming into the U.S. That's something that has a broad support. And as I indicated, CBP, they are working internally on some processes and procedures for that. And I think they were not able to attend the discussion here, but we look to work together collaboratively as first a U.S. government agency so that we can better work globally and participate in sharing those best practices.
Thank you. Good explanation indeed. We have talked a lot about the common standards, but I think we should turn towards the interoperability, although Nico just mentioned and described the interoperability. I think I will actually put it as an open question to the panel and see how some of you may respond to it. How do you find the interoperability? What does that mean to your part of the business? And in that regard, I think it's fair that we may talk about two different types of interoperability. One related to shipping, sending information towards the platform, whatever it will be, a port community system or a single window. And then how the platform will communicate or send the information to the hinterland. So there's two different ways and two different understandings of the interoperability. I think I really would like to have your comments on that. Thomas, Thomas Bakke, you may have a say. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we see interoperability certainly threefold. I mean, firstly, we had a recent pilot with the ExxonMobil, where we tried to exchange the bill of lading between parties of a shipment from Singapore to Colombo, I believe it was. The bill of lading, as many of you know, is also a document of title. And therefore, we had to digitally exchange that between platform providers, blockchain platform providers. So there's clearly when we talk interoperability, there's a technical aspect to it. It needs to work between different platforms. Secondly, there's also a legal matter, so that we have to transfer the actual right to the cargo, and therefore the agreement between the platforms in legal terms becomes essential. So that's a second part of interoperability. But more and more of our investors, they work in integrated logistics companies, and that means they have hinterland strategies as well. So it is really not enough for them to ensure interoperability between themselves and data exchange between themselves and, say, terminal operators or ports. It is actually a multimodal interoperability that's required. So actually being able to provide whereabouts of container goods throughout the supply chain, because no cargo ends at the port, right? It's all moved one way or the other, hinterland, whether it's with rail, with trucks, with barges, with many other things. So that's at least 3 ways we look at interoperability.
Thank you, Thomas. Ernulf, would you have something to add?
I think I just will repeat what I said initially, that what we are looking for is automation of processes so that this can be done without human interaction. And that points back to something that Hanan mentioned, I think, that it's not only the data interface, but also the processes behind it that has to be agreed on so that this really works automatically. And the other aspect, which we also had said before, is that this has to be the same all over the world. So it's a challenge, but this is what we need to look for.
But speaking about this challenge and how to set up a standard in such a way that we can exchange the information interoperable in a smart and harmonized way. Hanana, you represent the UN CFACT, and Huang is representing WCO, the World Customs Organization. And then we have the IMO in the FAL committee. Hanana, how can you explain to the audience how the alignment of the various standards are actually taking place? How is the engagement between the actors to ensure that we have common standards in place?
As you know, Jeppe, the IMO has signed a partnership agreement with the 3 international organizations, UN CFACT, or to be more correct, UNECE, the World Customs Organization, WCO, and the International Standards Organization, ISO, to create a clear semantic data set to cover the needs of the FAL Convention. So the IMO data set, combined with the IMO reference data model, promote harmonization already among these relevant international standards. This partnership agreement, it's about continuous engagement, contributions, and as well as mapping the different standards to the IMO data set. So there is this continuous evolving data model, but there is continuous mapping as well to make sure that the 3 data sets of the 3 different international organizations are aligned, harmonized with the IMO data set. We can say that the compendium serves as a reference manual for creating and harmonizing the systems needed to support transmission, receipt, and response of information required for the arrival, stay, and departure of the ship, crews, and cargo via electronic data exchange. UNCFACT, namely, has created a mapping of the IMO FAL requirements compatible with its multimodal transport reference data model, MMT-RDM. This mapping is integrated into the IMO FAL Convention. So basically, annexes 1 to 3 explain the mapping of the IMO data set and the IMO reference data model to the relevant international standards. The UNCFACT IMO FAL mapping are available free of charge as the other standards, which is fully compatible. This partnership and our continuous mapping exercise enable the harmonization between different international standards and support interoperability among the different single window systems. I would like to highlight as well the interoperability exercise that was focused on the digitalization of the multimodal bill of lading mentioned earlier by Thomas. So this has been done on UNCFACT MMT as well, which is well recognized by the key stakeholders group and their electronic bill of lading initiative. So this is including FIATA, BIMCO, and DCSA. A very good exercise successful enabling the standardization of harmonized legal fading with the different mentioned organizations. So this work has been further recognized by the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, GSI initiative, through its Industry Advisory Board, working group on the key trade documents and data elements, which is really highlights the value of UNCFACT's multi-model RGM and the excellent collaboration that we are having with FIATA, BIMCO, and BCSA. So very good harmonization, mapping, collaboration to ensure that we are really working together and not simply developing standards in a very disconnected way.
Super. Thank you, Hanana, for the explanation and all the benefits linking the IMO compendium to the various standards. Tom, I think I will turn towards you. U.S. Coast Guard is addressing this cyber threat, and in particular to the maritime transportation systems, both on domestic level but also internationally. How are you going? How would you consider that should be done, and how are you doing that at this point in time? And in particular, how will you do it in case we establish loads of different maritime single windows in member states around the globe? Thank you. Thomas, you're muted. If you can unmute yourself. Yep, I see you.
Sorry about that. That's a great question. So I guess first, it's imperative that we do have a broad global cyber framework to ensure safe and secure data exchange. I think every industry wants that. They have it. They require it. I mean, anything that we do from banking to transmission of private data, we need that. We need that secure interface and that exchange so that it can be a trusted network. How we are addressing this is it's still a work in progress. We want to learn from other member states, other countries, industry, academia. So we have back in May of 23, and some of the attendees might have attended this. We hosted a cyber symposium conference, Maritime Cyber Symposium Conference in May in LA Long Beach. So we brought together government, Coast Guard, 25 member states attended, and we had discussions on cyber threats. What applications can we put in place as a maritime community to mitigate those threats? How can we better work with industry? How can we develop manpower needs that are systemic across the world right now with the world that we live in? So out of that, we developed a series of senior level working groups where we had different countries chair those. We developed work groups, and that's how we hope to work collaboratively in the international forum to come up with some better answers, not just a U.S. recommendation or another country's recommendation. This is a collaborative effort where we've come together and we've come up with some milestones and suggestions. At this symposium, the IMO attended, other government agencies, and we developed risk information work groups on how to identify risk, how to work that specifically. Information sharing, I'm involved heavily in that. So we understand that, yes, we want some self-populating applications, but we also need that information sharing, that collaboration between all those stakeholders working together. In the United States, we have an issue with governance. A lot of industry is hesitant to work with government because of a regulatory issue. So we have to build that trust and that relationship with the individual ports so that we can share information. Without that, it's non-retributive, so that we can identify common threats and ways to mitigate those, because it advances security for everybody that's involved. In addition to that, we also are working on manpower. How can we develop maritime cybersecurity specialists? So what we did within the Coast Guard is we hired civilians that are cybersecurity specialists, and they are assigned to every port. Well, that's only one person, but they have that expertise to work within cyber security experts throughout industry and academia. And we hope by doing that, that starting at the very ground level in the ports, that information, the needs, the successes, the good practices will flow back up to the policymakers so that they're involved in that, not as an afterthought. We don't want to develop policy and then pass it out to the entities that we regulate without them having a common involvement and coming to the table to have the best dialogue. And then we want to share that internationally so that we're capturing what everybody else is doing that's a good practice. So it's a work in progress. I believe that this next symposium on maritime will be in March, and I believe the Australians are hosting it in Sydney. So that'll be advertised through the regular through IMO, through some of the other sites that we participate in. And that's another avenue where we can work to address cyber threats. Any threat that we have through the in the U.S. through the marine transportation system, we don't look at it as just a U.S. problem, because where's the threat coming from? It could be outside our borders. It's a global threat. It's not just specific to the U.S. That's how we look at it. So we're trying also to make sure that the stakeholders, especially industry, has an awareness of the threats. And if we look at a physical security threat, that threat notice, passing that information, sharing to other facilities, other governments, you usually would have a lag time of a few days. You might have a couple of weeks. We all know that a cyber threat, it's critical. It has to be instant. It has to be timely. It can't be something that's delayed because it has to pass through a political review or the exchange of information is slow. It's something that needs to be posted immediately. So those industry people that have security officers, cybersecurity officers, and government as well, they can be made aware of that and they can act appropriately. We're working within the U.S. to develop an external facing website for cyber threats for maritime. So MARAD, industry will be involved in that. The World Shipping Council, I think, is involved in it. That'll be a first ever public website that the Coast Guard is going to monitor and pass simple cyber threats to the maritime domain within the U.S. Other countries have done this. The Australians have done something outside of maritime. It's very simple. But when someone wants threat information specific to maritime, they don't want a lot of documentation. They want the threat. They want to know how relevant it is, how they can mitigate it, how old the threat is, so they can take corrective action. So it's a comprehensive approach, working internationally and within the U.S. with all of our stakeholders to come up with the best series of answers.
Thank you, Thomas, for your good explanation and insight. I know the time is ticking, but we started 5-10 minutes late because of the coffee break, so we will continue 5-10 minutes. I know that I will hold you before you will have your drinks at the drinks reception, but let's keep to the subject. I have a final question before I open the questions to the audience, and my last question is maybe a bit tricky. And it's related to the past session we had, the last session, where a tricky question was posted by a distinguished delegate. I think it was from Ghana, I can't remember, but it was over in this direction. On the implication if there is a lack of compliance with to the FAL Convention with regard to this maritime single window. Thank you for a good question, whoever it was, sorry. We all know that the situation is not the same. It is at least very different. If there is legal requirements facing the ship and the industry, I just have to say. So, knowing that all the information, all the standards and all the data model structure as such could be put into the IMO compendium and that maritime single windows across could make use of the IMO compendium in such way that we could standardize data model and data structure. So the question is, how can we ease the uptake of the IMO compendium, which is available at the IMO website in an easy, obtainable way, free of charge? But how can we ease the uptake of the IMO compendium? I don't know who around the panel will be able to put a quick, short answer to that. Nico, can you solve the problem? Thank you.
It's a tricky question because I can talk hours on that, and then I will hold everybody from the reception. But I'll keep it short, and that brings it. It's repeating again what was said today earlier. And it brings me back to a port community system, which is the overarching shell of everything what has to do with supply chain and trade of cargo. And we discussed, I heard several things today, I think it was from Singapore, who said, it can be several systems next to each other. We heard it also from I think, a person from Azerbaijan, from Port of Baku, that the name is not that important. And indeed, people think, oh, a port community system, that's one big, giant system. But there are examples that we heard today that it's not. It's more like what we say a digital ecosystem. But everything is coming together there, whether it will one or more applications or services, whatever. But you bring together business to government and business to business processes, and I think with implementing those kind of systems, you can take up that FAL compendium and process that into your system and how you engage with that compendium, whether it be business to business or business to government. And I think that's an important step. In that respect, IPCSA is also strongly supporting what in last fall was decided on the set of PCS guidelines from Morocco and Djibouti, and we will keep on continuing that work, and also the FAL compendium will come into place there. Thank you.
Excellent. Arnulf, do you have a comment as well?
I mean, we have talked about it before, and if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, and in particular the need to reduce CO2 emissions, one of the most important ways to do that is to increase efficiency, reducing waiting times in ports and all that stuff. So you could say that one driving, very strong driving factor, in my opinion, is this external pressure to be more efficient. And I think also economy is a very important point here. We have talked a lot about the hindrances and the obstacles, but actually what we are talking about is making port calls more efficient. And if you can make your port more efficient, you will be more attractive to the industry. Just a comment also on the cybersecurity. As I mentioned earlier, I think we need to develop this international system for digital signatures for cybersecurity. But this is also something that can be used to build trust, because then you can prove that people who are sending you some information really sent it, because there's an integrity check on it. And immediately you can get a much higher level of trust in the international industry. It's much more difficult to fake stuff. So there's a very serious upside, both economically and with regards to the Sustainable Development Goal, I think, which we should really also mention more.
Thank you. Thomas, would you possibly have a comment as well?
No, I think what was just mentioned is very right. I mean, it is about being more efficient in port. It is about quicker turnaround times. It is about having fewer mistakes and also for the customers to be able to move their cargo out earlier. And it's also about sustainability. And I think that's what was just mentioned is a key goal, certainly for our members. And I think this is also where I think we all have a joint obligation, to be quite honest, to make sure that we leave the world in a more sustainable way than we found it. So basically, I very much agree with that. I would think though that you have to think in terms of incentives. So what is in it for me in the individual countries to adopt these things? I think that's key. But I think there was some, like Nico mentioned, the stories from, as an example, Djibouti was a great example of the concrete value that is involved in or that people get from these implementations. So that's it.
Thank you. I will now open for a couple of questions from the audience. Anyone?
They're all thirsty.
Yeah. Okay, I don't see any comments. So it's always good to close with a good question. What will be the biggest challenge for shipping and member states related to the implementation of the Maritime Single Window? Anyone? I can't see whether some of you virtually, if you can raise your hand if you have some kind of question or answer to the question, what is the biggest challenges to shipping industry and member states with regard to implementation of Maritime Single Window? Oh. It's one of these unprepared questions.
I can...
Arnulf, please help me.
What we see, I think, also in the work we have been doing in IMO and other places is we really, again, need to emphasize the need for international cooperation and participation. And that, I mean, it takes time, and it's not immediately useful for your own business because it benefits everybody. But this is really key. As I mentioned earlier, we are a very small business, and unless we are able to cooperate on a much higher scale than we have been able to do so far, we will get some problem establishing all these necessary agreed on frameworks. So international cooperation is my guess.
Many, many thanks. And many thanks to the panelists, Juan from World Customs Organization, Hanana from UNECE, Thomas from US Coast Guard, Thomas Bakke from DCSA, Nico, IPCSA, and Arnulf representing ISO and SINCEF Ocean in this regard. And we are now in the situation that IAPH and BIMCO have hosted a drinks reception, which will take place just one floor up in the Delegates Lounge, where I hope that we will see as many of you as possible, just for a more free and easy talk and chat among both the subject of today, but also on friendly basis, or more friendly basis. Whatever, thank you so much for attending today, and hope to see you all in good shape tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30. Excellent.
Hi there.
Hey.
Hi, I'm the moderator.
Yes, you are. Victor, how do you say your surname?
Yeah, that's probably...
Yeah.
It's usually a shade.
Shay. Oh, okay. Oh, right, okay. Okay, okay, sure. Okay, yeah, that's very good. Thank you.
So I'll announce the fourth.
Yes.
And then to avoid you, would you prefer to announce the next session on the
No, if you just announce the break, then I'll welcome everybody back to the last section.
Okay.
Yes, that's lovely.
All right.
Do you want to see what I'm going to say?
Right, well done.
Thank you.
Very important what you said about pork roll optimization. I'll take it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
All this pandemic years.
Sure, thank you, Jack. I'm just going to leave all this upstairs. 30 seconds.
Flagship major event running around June, which I'm Europe. Whether it's me to speak or you can just join us part of the audience. It's Jump Europe. We bring a huge bunch of them. Usually we work knowledge and collaborate with them. It's a flagship Anyways, I want to interrupt you. I can send you the details by email. I think I have your email. I hope